All right. Here we go. It's another Friday, my friends. Time for our long ass Friday stream. As you know, I stream for a very long time on Fridays, 6 hours plus, and during that time, you are free to come in and out as you please. You don't have to stick around for the whole thing. Lots of people do that. They go out for lunch and then come back. Hey everybody, good to see you. I see Tyler, I see Lisa. We got Tyler and Lisa so far, that's awesome. We're gonna wait for people to get in before we get started. I got a lot of interesting subjects tonight. Got a lot of tabs open, we'll see what we get through. Maybe we'll get through all of it and we'll have to look for something else, but let's see, talking about Elon Musk stepping down from Twitter as CEO, appointing a new CEO. I want to talk about Tucker Carlson on Twitter now. We have lined up shit about George Santos. We, of course, are going to cover what's going on with Trump. I kind of want to, if we're good and we're still going after that, I kind of want to see what's going on with the Lori Vallow case, that crazy, like, doomsday lady that, like, killed her kids. And then, if we still have time and stuff, there's the Esoterica channel with that, like, really cool guy, and there's a little episode they released where him and this other dude are drinking some absinthe, and they're discussing Aleister Crowley in New Orleans, which would be a cool way to end the night. So hopefully we can get through all these things, and maybe we'll get through them all, and we'll still be looking for stuff. Oh, interesting. Katrina Gatsby, put your thing in dark mode. I only do dark mode. I don't know. Do people not do dark mode? Hey, Cassie. Hey, Melinda. Good to see you. Katrina. The chat's not up? Shit. Hi, Cassie. Thank you. Hold on. There we go. Now we got the chat. We got the chat now. Behold the glorious chat. It's a beautiful, sunny Friday. It is May 5th. No, it is, it's May 12th, sorry. May is the 5th. It's the 5th month anyways. Yes, it is the 12th. Yeah, lots of cool stuff lined up today. Pretty eager to get into things. Now, last Friday, we did that huge watch of Ethan Klein and Ollie London. For some reason, well, I know, for like 2 minutes of history footage, YouTube decided to block my entire like 7-hour stream. So I've downloaded that, and I will be uploading it again. But the problem is it's so long that my computer can't like process the whole 7 hours by itself. So I have to chop it up, and I'm gonna have to upload it into parts, but it will be back up. All of that work that we did last week. In the white light mode, the emoji just looks like a colored circle. Oh, I bet it would, huh? I don't think I've ever thought about how the emojis would look in like nothing but dark mode. I'm only in dark mode. Dark mode for everything. Like my browser, like if it's not in dark mode, my eyes are crying. What kind of crazies are still operating on light mode? What's wrong with you? Hey, Maria. Good to see you, Maria. got a fresh root beer. I got like 12 packs of root beer in the fridge chilling. So we are all set for drinks. Perhaps I will have some regular beer if my roommate brings some home. He might. Do 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 do. How's everybody's week going? Anybody do anything cool? Or just work? Anybody got snacks for the evening? Snack plans, meal plans? Oh, please hit the like if you haven't. Also, yeah, sorry for not going live on Wednesday. Because I'm starting to do these, like, huge, long streams on Fridays, I'm going to be revisiting the Wednesday schedule. So, temporarily, as of now, I'm not saying this is forever, but just for a while, we're not doing Wednesday streams. We're just gonna do everything on Friday, just one big Friday show. That way, that'll loosen up my entire week, and I can work on my other projects. So, just a little bit of a change. There's some other changes that are potentially coming up. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Melinda. Finished your new nails for the month. And an art piece. And now you have free time. Nice. That sounds really productive. Lisa's cooking dinner. What are you cooking? Tell us what you're cooking. I want to know what you're cooking. And can I have some? Need to find some hosts to fill in other days. I'm definitely going to go back to live streaming on Wednesday. And Wednesday might also become like an all-day stream. It's just, I just want to like step back just a tiny bit and just sort of like look at the big picture of my YouTube channel and my schedule and my personal life. And I need to do a little bit of shuffling and rearranging around and just a little bit of adjustment to sort of like enable myself to really punch this forward, like this channel forward. We are almost at 1,500 subscribers. Like, we are almost there. I think we just passed 1,400. Katrina got a new job! Congratulations! Disco balls in the chat for Katrina. Disco balls for Katrina for getting the new job. Congratulations, honey. And thank you for the super chat. I hope it's a job you like. Like, I hope that's a good thing. Did Lisa tell us what she's making? Lisa, what are you making? Yes, very much, and it pays well. Excellent. That's so nice. I mean, never mind. You can people can have jobs that they like very much, but it doesn't pay well. I mean, my job pays as much as it can, but, you know, of course I wish I had, like, had more of a salary or something. A salary would be nice. That's like the big time thing. Cassidy, you better behave, or else. Just a few more minutes and we'll get started. I know, Cassidy kept asking to get put on timeout, so we did. And then she pops up on another account. It was really funny. Oh, Lisa is making stew. Okay, but what kind of stew? Like a vegetable stew? A beef stew? Chicken stew? Mushroom stew? What kind of stew are we talking about? And is there bread? I need to understand more about the stew. Beef. Shh. A nice chunky beef stew. That's cowboy meal right there. That's your meal for a rugged cowboy. By the way, I'm in my like cowboy like phase aesthetic. Not like dressing it. Well, almost. I'm looking on Amazon for a cowboy hat, but basically I don't know why. I'm just suddenly really, really into Western movies right now. So I'm just like going down this rabbit hole of just gun slinging, like shoot 'em up like type of things. Like last night I watched it twice. I watched The Magnificent Seven. Before that, I watched Tombstone like 3 times. I'm gonna go watch the old or the original Magnificent Seven. There's like an original like 1960s one, and then there's the 2016 remake with Chris Pratt, of course. But he actually did a pretty good job with his character in that one. Um, Tombstone, the one I watched, is the more. There's another, or that's another one where the original was like, I think in the 50s, I'm not sure, but then there's the like the 90s remake with like Val Kilmer and oh, what's his face, Kurt Russell, Bill Paxton. That one's a good one. That one is so fucking amazing. I love Tombstone. It's got so many awesome lines in there. Katrina's gone Egyptian. You've gone Egyptian? Like, what do you mean? What are you watching? Like mummy movies or something? Yeehaw! Hey, Hope. Good to see you. All right, we got 10 of us here. Are we ready? Should we get started on some stuff? Should we start talking about some shit? Should we chit chat a little bit more? You tell me. You tell me. Whoops. Oh, Katrina is playing a mummy in a Chronicles of Darkness TTRPG game. That's cool. Start and they shall come. Begin and they shall arrive. Sorry, this song, this music's so crazy. All right, goodbye, music. Thank you. I really want to. I gotta make like I gotta start working on my own like intro music. I mean, I have a music program and music skills. Like, I could totally do it. And then like provide it for y'all as like a small album or like an EP. I could make like maybe like 5 or 6 songs of just like cool groovy like jazzy instrumentals. Well, not jazzy. I don't do jazz. Probably more like disco-esque EDM. Maybe a little funk. So, my friends, Elon Musk has just barely announced that he is stepping down as CEO to Twitter. But he's not going away. He's just stepping down from that role. And he's hired somebody new named Linda Yaccarino. Linda Yaccarino, I think that's how you pronounce it. So Elon Musk will be more in charge of like tech issues or something, like a chief tech person. Words. Words are failing me right now. Jan, get yourself together. Get yourself together, man. So, Elon Musk hires ex-NBC Universal ad chief Linda Yaccarino. Why is Yaccarino like macaroni, macarena, Yaccarino? Macaroni, macarena, Yaccarino. Say that really fast. Macaroni, macarena, Yaccarino. Macaroni, macarena, macarino. Okay. Anyways, to be Twitter CEO. NBC Universal Global Advertising Chief Linda Yaccarino has resigned to join Twitter as its next chief executive. Twitter owner Elon Musk confirmed the hire in a tweet Friday. He says, "I am excited to welcome Linda Yaccarino as the new CEO of Twitter," Musk tweeted. He said she will focus primarily on business operations, while I focus on product design and new technology. I don't know why he couldn't have just fucking done that to begin with. Oh, I know. It's pretty obvious because I think he just wanted to, like, be the fucking ultimate cool bad guy, like, on the block, and it didn't go quite as planned. I think he got, like, made fun of more than he got supported in this whole thing. I mean, because seriously, since day one, Elon, like, this grown-ass man was, like, CEO of Twitter and just using it as his playground and just peeing everywhere. And now everyone's like, hey, we hate that. Even going as far as to, I remember it back in December where he did a poll asking, like, Twitter, like, if he should, like, resign as CEO. And it was like, yes. like, everybody actually voted yes. Yes, please. Step down as CEO. So here we have it. Elon Musk has transitioned to this design and technology role, which, like, he's actually going to design anything. It's just his team that's going to design stuff, and he's just going to stand there with his weird, like, lips. I swear to God, I will say it like 100 billion times. Elon Musk looks like a tired soccer mom. So he says, looking forward to working with Linda to transform this platform into X. The everything app. Okay. The announcement comes a day after Musk said via Twitter that he would step down from the role and that there would be a new CEO of social media website. Although he didn't name the person, Musk said in his tweet the person would start in about 6 weeks. Yaccarino joined NBC Universal in 2011 and had risen to the top of the company's global advertising business on Monday. The ad chief was slated to take part in the NBC Universal's upfront event at Radio City in New York. The sales presentation the company, along with its media peers, makes to the advertising industry every year in May. Okay. I kind of get that. Musk completed his $44 billion acquisition of Twitter in October of last year, soon after he fired the company's top brass and laid off thousands of employees. Many companies halted their ad spending on the platform since Twitter has seen an increase in offensive speech and rhetoric, as several advocacy groups have documented. In an attempt to make up for lost ad revenue, Musk created a new subscription service, Twitter Blue, which offers features such as the ability to compose longer tweets. Yeah, and Elon Musk has not been making some great decisions with Twitter. And it makes no surprise when he just like is like, you know what, we're just gonna allow all the Nazi stuff on Twitter, it'll be fine. And then meanwhile tons of companies are pulling out advertising on Twitter because they don't want anything to do with it. So yeah, he's losing his fucking money by he's losing a shitloads of money by essentially trying to own the libs. He just has to own the libs so hard and make them cry and try and trigger them that he just ended up fucking himself. Really, just shoot yourself in the foot. Yaccarino and Musk sat together in a keynote interview at marketing conference in Florida in mid-April. During the conversation, the two discussed the role marketers play in the future of Twitter, as well as its position in cultural conversation. During the conference, Musk reportedly tried to reassure advertisers that Twitter was a respectable place for their brands. No. Yaccarino's exit from NBC Universal comes weeks after Jeff Shell was ousted as the company CEO after admitting to an inappropriate relationship with an employee. Rather than replacing Shell, NBC Universal's top executives will report to Mike Cavanaugh. Oh no. The president for the parent company's Comcast. No, Mike Cavanaugh, not Ryan Cavanaugh. I'm like, that doesn't even make fucking any sense. What would he have anything to do with anything? Anyways, on Friday, NBC Universal said Yaccarino would leave the company effective immediately, and Mark Marshall, the current president of the advertising sales and client partnerships, would become interim chairman of the company's advertising and partnerships group. Marshall will report to Mark Lazarus, chairman of NBC Universal Television and Streaming. Lazarus and Marshall are likely to take part in NBC Universal's upfront presentation on Monday, CNBC's David Faber and Julia Borston reported on Friday. So, just a lot of jargon to say that Elon Musk, can't handle his shit.
Of Twitter saying that she will focus primarily on business operations while I focus on product design and new technology. Musk going on to write, looking forward to working with Linda to transform this platform into X, the Everything app. Of course, this comes after earlier this morning, NBC Universal announced that Linda Yaccarino, who has been at the company for 12 years, its ads chief, will be stepping down. And just yesterday, Musk announced that he had found a CEO for Twitter, and she would be starting in about 6 weeks. So now we have it officially. It'll be interesting to see how this all plays out in terms of her building up Twitter's ad business after so many advertisers have paused in the wake of Elon Musk taking over.
Julia, thanks.
Well, how the fuck is she gonna do that? It's a fucking mess. I mean, they've allowed so much bullcrap onto Twitter. I mean, how is she going to fix that relationship? You're gonna have to start booting and banning people again. The whole thing that Elon Musk didn't want to do to begin with. And now, what other way are you gonna go besides to how Twitter was running in the fucking first place? I don't understand. How is she gonna clean up the mess and still with, Elon Musk, looming over the shoulder? Is he gonna be smart enough to shut up?
Musk has found a new CEO for Twitter. The billionaire didn't give a name, but tweeted just about an hour ago that she would start in about 6 weeks, and that he would transition to the role of executive chairman and chief technology officer.
Chief technology officer. Again, it's he's just gonna sit there, stroke his chin, and then all these actual software developers are gonna do all the work. Katrina says she is the fall guy. Wouldn't be surprised.
Shares of Tesla jumping on this news as investors hope that Musk will be able to turn his attention back to the EV maker. Guy, should we be happy? Should Tesla shareholders be happy?
In the short term, I think yes, because I think the negative case for Tesla is he's taking his eye off the ball. Twitter's been too much. He's not focused enough on Tesla. The stock is traded in kind. So
yeah, he neglected his Tesla company, didn't really do well with Twitter, all because he wanted to own the libs. I mean, it's just... funny how you can't play around like you want to.
The knee-jerk reaction is higher. It makes sense, and we're a level where it should bounce. Who's the person coming in, though, for Twitter? I mean, and I have people tweeting at me.
Does it matter?
Sheryl Sandberg, that's a name. Marissa Mayer, maybe that's a name. I don't necessarily know if it matters. The Twitter problems seem to be pretty substantial.
If Twitter were a publicly traded company, we would care. Unless you think that the person is incompetent, in which case Elon Musk will be sucked back into Twitter, and so then you again lose the CEO of Tesla.
Look at you.
But I don't know.
What if this new lady appointed doesn't accomplish, like, what if she doesn't really have a plan, like, or, like, can't actually execute a plan to get more ad revenue again? To get people, companies advertising on that? Like, what will happen? And I think that will go to the area, like you said, Katrina, where she'll take the fall for that. At least Elon Musk will have, like, some sort of, like, scapegoat. Like, see, that wasn't me, it was her. I put her in charge. I don't know what's happening.
Do you have any hot takes, Dan, on who she might be?
Not really. Cheryl's not taking that job. I mean, like, first of all, that person's a puppet. Okay, that person is not the real CEO. Remember, he owns this company, and he's on the hook for, probably still $12 billion in debt for it. So that person's going to be doing exactly what he wants to be doing. And I do think the knee-jerk reaction in Tesla makes some sense. Is a huge overhang that he is like spending his nights on a cot in the Twitter headquarters and trying to retool something that, frankly, is over. It's done. Twitter's dead. Put a fork in it.
I never even got started on Twitter. Like, I don't have an account on there at all. I think I have, like, an old one or something, but I don't know how to log into it. Like, I just don't care about Twitter. I don't. I feel very spread thin sometimes with the amount of, like, social media platforms. So that's why I've just decided to pick the ones I like. And I like Instagram. I like, uploading stuff to the Facebook page. And, of course, YouTube is my main platform. I ain't leaving that. I had thoughts of going to Twitch, but then after, thinking about it for a while, I'm like, nah. Is that a fucking silver fish on my goddamn desk? I hate those things. Get off my desk. Ew, it's big. Ah! 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 Oh my god, go away. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? God, I hate those things. I just got attacked by a silverfish. My god. That was scary. I'm like, like it's like a famous ran right at me. I was afraid for my life. It's gonna fall in my lap. You guys know what silverfishes are, right? They're just like this. I don't know why. I just do not like this bug. They're just creepy. Fish bug. Yeah, it's these. These ugly ass bitches. That's what just attacked me just now. I almost fucking died. Okay? They're just weird and creepy. Oh my god. Alright, let's go back. Sorry. Yeah, those are usually in bathrooms. It's right here. It was right here. Now it's in the carpet somewhere. Plotting its revenge to kill me. You saw one along with an earwig. They're the worst. The earwigs are probably eating them. That's something I fucking especially like. I'll fucking deal with a silverfish, but earwigs, why are they so gross? I hate earwigs, and I hate that they're called that. Why would you call them that?
I mean, I think it's interesting if you think of
Twitter's dead. Put a fork in it.
Julie?
I mean, I think it's interesting if you think about Twitter overall, right? It's not just that it has to work. It's these major debt payments. They are connected.
Lady, you're on fucking CNBC, like, talking about something important. You think you could fucking get yourself a decent microphone? Tarantulas are no problem? No, they aren't. I named them that in the time of Ezekiel. Hi, Mark. Earwigs. We were talking. I just got. Well, there was a silverfish on my desk and it attacked me. I almost died. Now Cassie's making fun of me because I'll have pet tarantulas, but not like, well, because a tarantula is like a big fuzzy thing that for the most part you can keep your eye on and you can like observe its behavior. But when bugs are like super tiny and wiggly and squirmy and like fast and like they could just get in your nooks, crannies, and crevasses, like I don't like that. And I think it stems from I was traumatized by a silverfish when I was young, like I think like what, 15 or something. Anyways, you know how like in the way they design like underwear, like girls' underwear, there's like in the crotch of the underwear, there's like a weird pocket, like a lining pocket that sometimes is like open-ended. Well, I went to the bathroom and like pulled down my pants and one crawled out of that little pocket, like a big old silverfish, like crawled out of that pocket. And I was just like, ah! Like it was in my underwear. It was snuggled up against my crotch. Like, and ever since then, I just do not like silverfish because I think about that. I just forever traumatized. And and they were clean underwear. Okay. So I went to my underwear drawer and there was like a little like nest of like silverfish, like in my clothes dresser. So I had to I took out everything. I washed it. I fucking cleaned out the dresser, everything. Ah! Ah! Can't do the Pee Wee Herman scream. I'll fuck up my voice. Oh, silverfish. Anyways, let's go back to this lady's terrible audio quality.
To Tesla stock, right? The value of Twitter is actually connected to the value of Tesla stock. So if Twitter starts to really flail as it has, or I should say continues to flail as it has, it actually has an impact for Tesla shareholders because he's going to have to sell more of his stock in order to make the debt payments. So I actually think they're still very much interlinked. Again, I totally agree this is going to be a puppet. But I just think that it's naive to think, oh, like it's all clear, like he's going to be focusing on Tesla and we have nothing to worry about. He's still focused on Tesla. He changes the price like every other day. Like he's definitely still working out there.
Bonawyn.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the surface, right, I think a lot of times Tesla, particularly when you see news, it's like a headline-driven, I think Dan mentioned like a mania type of driven or profit type of driven. You called it a cult, if I remember correctly, on perhaps one of our shows.
No.
Right?
A cult?
No, but I know you.
The Twitter cult. Melinda said, I had a spider crawling across my arm and I immediately screamed and got out of my bed. I like tarantulas, but never liked regular spiders. I don't really care for regular spiders either. Because you just, I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't mind them when they're somewhere minding their own business. But I just, they're not really scary. It's just, I don't like surprises. You know? I don't want to find a spider where I don't expect it. If it's on the wall or if it's like on the ceiling or somewhere in the corner, I'm just like, I leave it alone.
Mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I've said that around Elon, not about Twitter.
My apologies.
Twitter.
My point is, I think a lot of times the share price reacts off of things that aren't necessarily material to the company when it pertains to operations. So I think Elon has always been involved when it comes to Tesla. Again, apologies, Dan. I think now the headline does definitely give a bit of a lift because the perception is that he's now spending the time that I would argue and purport that he already was spending. The guy is laser focused on what he's doing, but I do think this at least gives some reprieve to the pressure that's been on the stock.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Elon Musk takes a quote unquote step back as CEO and then finds somebody to pretty much take all the brunt of the shit, you know? She's definitely, I think she's definitely gonna be somebody that he's appointed just to essentially throw away or try to distance himself from the fact that Twitter is just going super, super crappy. A fall girl, yeah. Totally, she's gonna be a fall girl. And her whole job is to try and like rekindle relationships with companies so that they'll advertise on Twitter again. I just don't know how the fuck they're gonna do that without resorting to how Twitter was operating in the very beginning before it was hijacked. And Twitter, they have to start banning people in order to win the respect of companies back, to make it so that they feel comfortable putting their stuff on there, because they don't want to put it on there when there's all this mass crazy hysteria of all these unhinged right-wing conservatives just having an absolute field day. I think that's pretty much it. New Twitter CEO. Who is Linda Yaccarino? Alright, Yaccarino is a graduate of Penn State University, served as the chair of global advertising and partnership at NBC Universal, acting as the strategic and operational bridge across the entirety of NBC Universal's global networks, properties, and business units, according to her profile on LinkedIn. Her role involved monetizing the company's networks, digital and streaming platforms, distribution and commerce partnerships, and client relationships. That included overseeing all of its global, national, and local ad sales. She managed a 2,000-member team that, since she joined NBCU in 2011, has generated more than $100 billion in ad sales. She also helped launch the company's ad-supported streaming service, Peacock. Her LinkedIn profile also indicates that she made massive investments in data and technology capabilities. On the interpersonal front, she's self-described as a sought-after connector, collaborator, and counselor, as well as a committed change agent and consumerate unifier. Dang, lady! You've got so many wordy ass titles. This is the way I feel like I write on my on my resumes and stuff. I'm a committed change agent. Committed change agent. And a consumer unifier. I could totally stretch my job titles to have that sort of shit. It's like when you sit at the front desk and you just transfer people on calls to other people. You're like, I'm a communications director. Alright, Yaccarino last month interviewed Musk at a marketing conference in Miami. In many ways today, your introduction to the advertising community... Oh wait, in many ways today is your introduction to the advertising community. Yacarino said after she welcomed him on stage. I pride myself on my work ethic, but buddy, I met my match, she told CEO of SpaceX, Tesla, and Twitter. She then went to talk about the challenge of the delicate balance of a rebrand of a widely known and widely used product like Twitter. Oh no. None of this sounds... I don't know. This is sounding saucy. One Wall Street analysis said Yacarino would be a home run hire for Twitter given her vast experience overseeing billions in ad revenue annually. Okay, but yeah, has she worked with Elon Musk though? Because I mean, that's definitely a wrench, thrown into the mix of things. We'll see how her skills serve her at that point. Anyway, she would fit very well to the overall Twitter strategy and monetization looking ahead. So her experience in launching new revenue streams for NBCU, including Peacock, and deep knowledge of how to monetize products and services makes her an excellent choice to helm Twitter, Ives added. It is key that Twitter overhaul its digital advertising strategy while also monetizing its user base after major advertisers jump ship since Elon Musk took over. There is heavy lifting ahead for Twitter on the digital advertising front, as the platform now needs to get back advertisers while monetizing its user base. Ives says, Twitter needs a CEO that can hit the ground running and try to turn around the Twitter platform with a key 6 to 12 months ahead. Well, I can't help but think that she jumped onto a burning ship. I don't know how they're gonna turn things around without going back to like how Twitter was operating when they were like banning people for saying stupid stuff. Speaking of people saying stupid stuff, Tucker Carlson is now joining Twitter, and he is going to be doing his own show through Twitter. And I kind of figured when Tucker Carlson got dropped from Fox, I figured he would explore his own sort of avenue. But Tucker Carlson, yes, is now going to be over here on Twitter. TuckerCarlson.com. What does this website even have on it? I ain't fucking giving you my information, bitch. That's it. Tucker Carlson on Twitter. April 21st, April 26th. There's a big gap between the 26th and the 9th. Jesus. Alright. Let's see. Oh, I'm already there, dude. Come on.
See on television or read the New York Times is in fact true. Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. You often hear people say the news is full of lies, but most of the time that's not exactly right. Much of what you see on television or read the New York Times is in fact true in the literal sense. It could pass one of the media's own fact checks. Lawyers would be willing to sign off on it. In fact, they may have. But that doesn't make it true. It's not true. At the most basic level, the news you consume is a lie of the stealthiest and most insidious kind. Facts have been withheld on...
Like the lies that you perpetuate? I mean, you're kind of talking about yourself here, Tucker.
And most insidious kind. Facts have been withheld on purpose, along with proportion and perspective. You are being manipulated. How does that work? Let's see. If I tell you that a man has been unjustly arrested for armed robbery, that is not, strictly speaking, a lie. He may have been framed. At this point, there's been no trial, so no one can really say. But if I don't mention the fact that the same man has been arrested for the same crime 6 times before...
You, this guy. Hi, Imaginista. Yes, this guy. Or not Imaginista. Oh, yeah, Elise. Elise, Imaginista. Imaginees. Elizanista. I'll just like combine the two. Elizanista. There we go.
Or, am I really informing you? No, I'm not.
Tucker, when have you ever been informational?
I'm misleading you. And that's what the news media are doing in every story that matters, every day of the week, every week of the year. What's it like to work in a system like that? After more than 30 years in the middle of it, we could tell you stories. The best you can hope for in the news business at this point is the freedom to tell the fullest truth that you can. But there are always limits. And you know that if you bump up against those limits often enough, you will be fired for it. That's not a guess, it's guaranteed. Every person who works in English...
I just like I'm hearing this little sad tiny violin. EJ? Elizanista.
Language media understands that. The rule of what you can't say defines everything. It's filthy, really, and it's utterly corrupting. You can't have a free society if people aren't allowed to say what they think is true.
Okay.
Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy. That's why it's enshrined in the first of our constitutional amendments. Amazingly, as of tonight, there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. The last big one remaining is...
I love it when conservatives like this, like, talk about, like, there's no free speech allowed anywhere. It's like, have you considered that your idea of free speech is actually hate speech? I don't know. You might want to think about what you mean by free speech there, Ducker. Tuck the Dick Carlson.
In the world, the only one is Twitter, where we are now. Twitter has long served as the place where our national conversation incubates and develops.
The only place where there's free speech is Twitter, where Elon Musk created free speech. And again, the so-called quote-unquote free speech on Twitter is really just hate speech. Like 100%. That's what's going on. That's all you're getting there. So, of course, having a host that approves of hate speech is going to be a perfect place for Tucker Carlson. I think he's going to thrive very well here. We'll see how things go, though, with precisely, like, what he's going to report on, what he's going to talk about. This is an interesting arc for Tucker. I'm really hoping that it's like, I'm hoping he'll just kind of descend into like a Joker phase.
Twitter is not a partisan site. Everybody's allowed here, and we think that's a good thing. And yet, for the most part, the news that you see analyzed on Twitter comes from media organizations that are themselves thinly disguised propaganda outlets. You see it on cable news, you talk about it on Twitter. The result may feel like a debate, but actually the gatekeepers are still in charge. We think that's a bad system. We know exactly how it works, and we're sick of it. Starting soon, we'll be bringing a new version of the show we've been doing for the last 6.5 years.
Who's we? What do you mean? You and who? You're on your own, dude. You and Elon Musk? You and the Proud Boys on Twitter? Like who? What you talking about here, Duck?
To Twitter. We'll be bringing some other things too, which we'll tell you about. But for now, we're just grateful to be here. Free speech is the main right that you have. Without it, you have no others. See you soon.
Tucker Carlson, fighting our right to hate speech. What was this? Was this before or after his thing?
Is how many genuinely... Good evening, it's Tucker Carlson. One of the first things you realize when you step outside the noise for a few days is how many genuinely nice people there are in this country. Kind and decent people, people who really care about what's true, and a bunch of hilarious people also, a lot of those. It's got to be the majority of the population, even now. So that's heartening. The other thing you notice when you take a little time off is how unbelievably stupid most of the debates you see on television are. They're completely irrelevant.
I mean, I'll agree with him on that one. A lot of the debates you see are fucking dumb.
They mean nothing. In 5 years, we won't even remember that we had them. Trust me, as someone who's participated. And yet at the same time, and this is the amazing thing, the undeniably big topics, the ones that will define our future, get virtually no discussion at all. War, civil liberties, emerging science, demographic change, corporate power, natural resources. When was the last time you heard a legitimate debate about any of those issues? It's been a long time. Debates like that are not permitted in American media.
What?
Both political parties and their donors have reached consensus on what benefits them, and they actively collude to shut down any conversation about it. Suddenly, the United States looks very much like a one-party state. That's a depressing realization.
Yes, it is. It's the rich party state. It's the rich elite country.
But it's not permanent. Our current orthodoxies won't last. They're brain dead. Nobody actually believes them. Hardly anyone's life is improved by them. This moment is too inherently ridiculous to continue, and so it won't. The people in charge know this. That's why they're hysterical and aggressive. They're afraid.
Why is Tucker Carlson, like, massively projecting, like, in these two things? It's like, dude, look in the mirror as you say this. Like, stare into your weird blue frowny eyes and say that to yourself. Hey, Ontology Dragon.
Given up persuasion, they're resorting to force. But it won't work. When honest people say what's true, calmly and without embarrassment, they become powerful. At the same time, the liars who've been trying to silence them shrink, and they become weaker. That's the iron law of...
Kind of like how you just got axed from Fox News. Oh, no.
the universe. True things prevail. Where can you still find Americans saying true things? There aren't many places left, but there are some, and that's enough.
It's not you.
As long as you can hear the words,
it's not you, Tuck.
hope. See you soon.
Tucker Carlson, the hope of all humanity, everybody. Is Tucker Carlson too hot for Twitter to handle? I don't think so. I think he's just right for them. Elon Musk didn't exactly give the conservative media star a warm embrace, suggesting the outspoken owner has reservations. Interesting. Tucker Carlson, in his little video, We're Back, says, he's back. The conservative firebrand announced on Twitter on Tuesday that he would start a new show on Elon Musk's social media platform 2 weeks after being fired from Fox News. But Mr. Musk's less than enthusiastic response and his rush to note that the social media platform hadn't signed a deal with Mr. Carlson, interesting, suggests that even Twitter's outspoken owner has reservations. Interesting. I wonder why. Why? I mean, wouldn't Elon Musk love Tucker Carlson? Anyways, the host said that the program would closely resemble what he did before, potentially violating his non-compete clause with Fox News. Tuesday's announcement... Wait a minute. So if he does a program that closely resembles what he did on Fox, that'll potentially violate his non-compete clause? Interesting. Okay. Tuesday's announcement was a sign that talks to end Mr. Carlson's contract, worth $25 million a year until it ends in January 2025, may have broken down. $25 million a year? Good God. Right-wing, grifting is so real. I'm telling you, there's so much money into, right-wing media. Like, if I just, like, shut my whole, like, show down and just, like, randomly decided to, like, only care about money, I could just start spewing, like, right-wing nonsense and totally get, like, way more views, like, a lot more donations, things like that. Like, there's there's not much money to be made doing what I do, which is the actual truth, Tucker. Things could get spicier. Mr. Carlson has accused Fox executives of breaching his contract, according to Axios, while the network could seek an injunction to keep its one-time star from reviving his broadcast. Fox barely referred to Mr. Carlson's exit in its quarterly earnings report on Tuesday, with its CEO Lachlan Murdoch saying only that the company's primetime programming strategy wouldn't change. Mr. Musk didn't exactly rush to embrace his new star. Mr. Carlson praised Twitter for being a forum for free speech, saying everybody's allowed here, and we think that's a good thing. But Mr. Musk, who appeared on Mr. Carlson's Fox News show just last month, tweeted, "We have not signed a deal of any kind whatsoever." He added that Mr. Carlson would not get a special deal, instead receiving the same subscription revenue sharing arrangement as anyone else. This is funny. Hey, Lee! Oh, no, not Lee. Sorry. I thought it was, I thought it was Lee. Sorry, it's Andy. Hyperion frequency exploring the holos. This is like, I don't know why I get those two things mixed up. It's not Lee. It's Andy. Hello, Andy. Good to see you. And I actually remembered your name this time. The little bastard, Tucker, the little bastard could wait out a 5-year non-compete clause. Yeah. Honestly, can't he just go on vacation? I mean, he's got plenty of money. Can't he just, like, take a load off? I don't know. Being tied to Mr. Carlson's offers risks as well as rewards for Twitter. His popularity, his announcement has been viewed more than 78 million times so far. I mean, people want to know what he says after he just got canned, so he could bring more users. A successful subscription-only broadcast could also generate more money for Twitter, which is trying to build another source of revenue beyond advertising. But Twitter is still dealing with a sharp drop in ad revenue after many national brands recoiled from Mr. Musk's drastic changes to the social network's content policies, openly embracing Mr. Carlson. Those whose Fox News show was shunned by mainstream advertisers could further hit Twitter's business. That's probably explains both Mr. Musk's warning that anything misleading would be subject to Twitter's communal fact-checking feature and his call for political balance. I hope that many others, particularly from the left, also choose to be content creators on this platform. I don't think they really want to deal with that. So that's probably why Elon Musk is hesitant on this. I feel like if Tucker Carlson got axed right as Elon Musk first became CEO, I feel like this would have gone differently. I think Elon Musk would have been quite excited to have him on there before he already lost all the ad revenue. So he probably has some sense enough to be like, this is kind of going further in the direction that's getting us into trouble. This will be interesting to see how this goes out. But I like that Elon Musk was like, I didn't make any special deal. What the fuck are you talking about? Sooner or later, Elon's going to turn on him too. The tech and media reporter Kara Swisher wrote on a Twitter thread. Musk added, is the show, and he will show you the door if you crossed him. Yeah. Mark says, for everything that's fucked up about Musk, he's plenty smart enough to see the downside risks. Right. If Elon Musk is already going in this direction where he's wanting to fix the ad situation and sort of backpedal, and then even going so far as to putting this lady on the spot to try, I feel like she's just like here, you fix it. Like, this is definitely having Tucker Carlson, it's kind of going again in a step that's like more doubling down in the area that they're trying to get away from. Interesting. Lot of stuff happening with Twitter. Very interesting. Very interesting. And that all just kind of like connects together, I think, the issue with Tucker Carlson and then like Musk not really being ecstatic about it, but he's still gonna allow it. Jesus. I'm so glad I'm not on Twitter. As I said, I've never like been truly active on it. I may have an account somewhere, but I don't remember like the login. I don't even know if it's still around. Tucker Carlson. All right. Shall we move on to politicians? I want to take a look at George Santos. And then, of course, we're going to catch up with what Trump is doing. I gotta pee. I have to pee. Twitter. Twitter is a cesspool. I just feel like Twitter in general is like a platform where like it's just like really rapid, like going back and forth, and then having like the character limits and stuff. Whereas like Facebook, you know, people will make longer posts. I don't think people are willing to like read through all that. But people argue in Facebook comments sections all the I can't even like read Facebook comments like most of the time because it's just full of dumbassery. So, George Santos pleads not guilty to a federal indictment saying he won't resign. George Santos is like the most hated like representative ever. Like people want him to step down so fucking bad. Even like other conservatives are like, this is a mistake. Like, how the hell did this guy get in here and how can we make him leave? George Santos is a politician that's very notorious for just compulsively lying literally about everything, even his own life. Shall we explore George Santos's lies? Here's every single lie told by George Santos. Oh, why is this so small? Oh. Alright, every single lie told by George Santos. Let's do it. New York Representative George Santos was indicted on May 10th on 13 federal charges, including wire fraud, money laundering, theft of public funds, and lying to Congress. Those are pretty juicy. This indictment seeks to hold Santos accountable for various alleged fraudulent schemes and brazen misrepresentations, U.S. Attorney Peace said in a press release. Take together the allegations in the indictment charge Santos with relying on repeated dishonesty and deception to ascend to the halls of Congress and enrich himself. He did. He fucking lied his way all the way to the top. I don't know how the fuck he got away with that. Like, nobody fucking checked on shit as he was going? You don't do that? No? Okay. While this was certainly a dramatic twist in the Santos saga, it wasn't exactly a shock, since the New York Times first revealed in December 2022 that Santos wasn't quite the man he sold himself to voters. It's been hard to track down exactly what is true about the congressman's life story. Is he broke? Is he rich? Is he Jewish? Is he Catholic? Did his family members really die in the Holocaust or on September 11th? These are all things he's claiming. Most often, it is best to assume what the Republican from Long Island has said about his life is bogus. But in case you need to double check, here is the guide to everything he has made up about himself, and a few things that actually appear to be true. You can also follow all the life. I don't want to... let's see. Alright. So, starting off, Santos allegedly lied to collect unemployment benefits. Santos has been accused of fraudulently collecting more than $24,000 in unemployment benefits. Federal prosecutors say Santos illegally applied to receive unemployment benefits in June 2020 after the program was expanded to help people out of work due to the pandemic. At the time, he was employed as regional director of a Florida-based investment firm, earning an annual salary of around $120,000 a year. What the fuck's he applying for fucking unemployment benefits? From that point until April 2021, when Santos was working and receiving a salary on a near continuous basis, and during his unsuccessful run for Congress, he falsely affirmed each week that he was eligible for unemployment benefits when he was not, prosecutors said in a press release. Sneaky, sneaky. Meanwhile, we're getting mad at poor people for using their benefits to fucking buy a candy bar or some shit. Like, Jesus Christ. He allegedly lied to donors, then used their money to buy designer clothing? Damn! Federal prosecutors also accused Santos of defrauding political supporters while running for Congress last year. According to the indictment, Santos instructed a Queens-based political consultant to tell potential donors that their money would be used to help elect him to the House. Two people gave $25,000 each to an LLC operated by Santos, which was not registered as a super PAC. Santos allegedly laundered the money through two personal accounts, then used it for his personal benefit, including to make cash withdrawals, personal purchases of luxury designer clothing, credit card payments, a car payment, payments on personal debts, and bank transfers to his associates, transferring money to his associates, according to the indictment. So he just pretty much like asked for donation money, and then he played with it. Yeah, I gotta have some threads. I mean, George Santos is gay. Or what if he's not? What if that's a lie too? He's really straight. He allegedly lied to Congress. All House candidates are required to file financial disclosure forms that give a full accounting of their assets, income, and liabilities, among other information. Prosecutors say that while Santos certified that his disclosures were true, complete, and correct, the statement he filed on May 2020 and September 2022 were riddled with inaccuracies. He lied about where he went to high school. Santos, whose parents immigrated from Brazil, says he attended the Horace Mann School in the Bronx during his first years of high school, but had to leave the prestigious private academy in his senior year because, he said, my parents fell on hard times, which was something that would later become known as the Depression of 2008. But a spokesperson for the old school told CNN in December that there was no evidence he attended Horace Mann. Later, he obtained a high school equivalency of diploma. So they don't even have record of him attending that. Hey, Kim, good to see you. So he lied about where he went to high school. And he lied about college. Santos claims he graduated with a degree in economics and finance from Baruch College, I don't know, from that college in 2010, which suggests he would have made it through a 4-year program in just 2 years if he actually graduated from Horace Mann in 2008. But the Baruch representative told the Times there was no record of Santos being in the class of 2010. Nor is there a record of Santos being a star on the volleyball team. He's like, not only did I go to this college, but I starred on the volleyball team. A biography of Santos on the National Republican Congressional Committee states, Santos also spent time at New York City University, a claim NYU could not corroborate either. Later, he told the New York Post that he didn't graduate from any institution of higher learning. So, you didn't go to college? Then why did you say you went to a prestigious high school and college? He never worked at Wall Street either. His campaign bio states he worked at Goldman Sachs and Citigroup, but representatives for both companies told the Times they have no record of his employment. The lies weren't that hard to figure out. Santos said he worked in Citi's real estate, winning the 2010s... I read that wrong. Santos said he worked in Citi's real estate wing in the 2010s, though the bank sold off its asset management operations when he was in high school. After Santos was sworn into Congress, the Times obtained a copy of his inflated resume claiming that he graduated on the top 1% of his class at Baruch and earned an MBA at NYU and was able to double the revenue on the project he worked with at Goldman. Interesting. You can read the resume. Wow, yeah, he straight up put Goldman Sachs on his... And he was a project manager? No, he wasn't. That's messed up. This guy is a joke. Hold on. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. My roommate came home, and now I have a snack. I'm eating one of these little protein snack pack things. There's like little cubes of turkey, little cheese, and some cookies. Good stuff. Little cookies. Love it. Cheese, cookies. Yes, I have a beer. Thank you. So. Sorry, I haven't eaten today, so I'm like, I need something in my belly. Talk amongst yourselves. Well, hi, David. David says, during an episode of psychosis, a person's thoughts and perceptions are disrupted. They may have difficulty recognizing what's real and what's not. George Santos is constant psychosis. He really, it's just unbelievable the shit he lies about. And stupid shit, too. You know, when people lie about something, like, kind of big, you know, maybe they have their reasonings for it. But when people just constantly lie about, like, tiny things that, like, wouldn't even matter if you told the truth on, that's where I'm just like, there's something wrong with you. Like, why lie about where you went to high school? Like, my fingers smell like ham now. I'm sorry, I have to go wash them. And then we'll finish George Santos. Hey, Flower Dragon! Not much, just George Santos being a prick. I have another snack pack. I'll save that for later. Alright, what do we have right now? Nice crisp cold Stella Artois. I think this is going to help swallow down George Santos's lies much better. Because before, I was kind of choking on him. So anyways, we were just going over George Santos's resume, which he just deliberately, like, lies on. Deliberately says he worked for Goldman Sachs, said he did all these things at places where they're confirming, like, he's never been here. So Santos kept up the Goldman Sachs lie for years. According to court records obtained by Politico, he spoke at a 2017 trial in Seattle on behalf of a family friend accused of skimming credit card numbers from ATM machines. So what do you do for work? The judge asks. And Santos says, I am an aspiring politician and I work for Goldman Sachs. The judge asks, you work for Goldman Sachs in New York? And Santos says, yep. But there's no record of him there. Oh, Flower Dragon, I hope you're feeling somewhat better. Okay, good. You're feeling a little better. A UTI. Is that what does that stand for? Like a urinary tract infection, I think? Those are nasty. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. hope you feel better. So, in March, the friend came forward informing the feds that it was Santos who taught him how to skim cards. Oh, interesting. Wait. Oh, yeah. So Santos spoke at a trial in Seattle on behalf of his family friend. His family friend was caught skimming credit card numbers from ATM machines. And during Santos sitting on the stand and being asked questions by a judge, Santos straight up lied to them. When you swear in and like testify or whatever and you're in court and the judge is talking to you, it's literally illegal to lie. Like you can't lie to the judge. How can you believe so heartedly like that you've worked at a place you've never been? It's ridiculous. I mean, I've made up some bullshit on my resume so that I could get like seen quicker, but never to the degree of like you know, like I'm not gonna like I work for Goldman Sachs. Like it doesn't even make any fucking sense. Why don't you shoot a little lower than that, you know? At least something that nobody's really gonna give a crap about. Ham. Cheese. Ham. Yeah. Pathological lying. So in March, the friend came forward, the friend that was charged of skimming credit cards, came forward informing the feds that it was Santos who taught him how to skim cards. Santos taught me how to skim card information and how to clone cards. The declaration claims he gave me all the materials and taught me how to put skimming devices and cameras on ATM machines. Santos denied the allegation. That shit's scary, by the way. I always have like a weird fear that like people can put like little things on like ATMs, and when you like put your card in it, it like records the information. Also, you notice how like all of our cards have like the tapping feature? A tapping feature? Like some people are going around and like literally like scanning people's cards like right out of their like while they're still in their pockets and stuff. So it's like they make those they're like wallets now with like lining in it that makes it so people can't just randomly scan your card. So that's one thing that's like got me like freaking out, like someone's gonna scan my card. They could just like bump into you like, and all of a sudden you're out of fucking money. Well, they're not gonna get very far with me because there's nothing ever in my bank. It's like if anybody steals my wallet, it's like joke's on you. Why don't you go to the dollar store on me? You could buy like 5 things. Yeah, take my wallet. Treat yourself at the dollar store. Go crazy. So where did his money come from? When Santos first ran for Congress in 2020, he filed a disclosure showing a salary of $55,000 working as a vice president at a business development company called Linkbridge Investors, where he says he introduced investors to hedge fund managers, claiming that once that he brought in $1 million in revenue in just 6 months on the job. Even there, however, he was inflating his value. Newsday reports that the company's founder testified under oath in a 2019 lawsuit that Santos was just a freelancer who sold sponsorships for events and worked on commission. soon after that failed congressional run, he started working at a Florida investment firm called Harbor City Capital. When he was employed there in 2020, Santos said he managed a 1.5 billion fund and bragged of record returns of 12 to 26%. Wow, that's a lot, depending on the type of investment. That year, according to CNN, a customer told Santos that the company's promise that they had a full bank guarantee on investments was bogus. Deutsche Bank claims it is a complete fraud and not signed by the bank officer on the document they wrote. Santos replied that they were 100% legitimate. Naughty, naughty. But after April 2021, the Securities and Exchange Commission accused Harbor City of being a Ponzi scheme and that stole $17 million from investors. The company's assets are currently in mediation with an independent receiver appointed to manage them. Santos wasn't accused of wrongdoing by authorities, and the next month he incorporated his own company called Devolder. In an interview with Semaphore, he said he helped rich people buy the expensive toys they wanted. If a client wanted to sell a plane or a boat, Santos would go look out there with my Rolodex and be like, hey, are you looking for a plane? Are you looking for a boat? Just put a feeler out there. Pardon me, sir. Are you by chance in the position of a purchase of an airplane? You looking for... I just picture George Santos out there on the dock, like, hey man, you looking to buy a boat? You looking to buy a plane? I got you. I got you. With 6 months, he claims to have landed a couple of $1 million contracts. Financial disclosures from his 2020 congressional campaign show he claimed to have made between $3.5 million and $11 million from the company before it dissolved last year. All right, well. Is the money legit? Not everybody is buying the story that Santos earned his money how he says he did. As the Time notes, Devolder had no public website or LinkedIn page, and on his campaign financial disclosure, he did not list any clients. In a campaign bio, Santos once described Devolder as his family firm and said it was managing $80 million in assets. At times, Santos would even go by the name Anthony Devolder. Interesting. Pretending to be somebody else. Has he ever called himself the Great Gatsby? He just as fucking well. Oh my god. Where did the money come from? Asked Representative Dan Goldman of Brooklyn, referring to the $700,000 Santos lent his own campaign. Santos lent his own campaign $700,000. How are people getting this much money? God damn. I could barely get a credit card with like a fucking $1,000 limit on it. How are people like having this shit? I'm just gonna get a loan for $700,000. Cassie's gotta hop off for a while. We'll be back in later. Sure. Fine. Leave us. Cassie hates us. No, I'm joking. Cassie loves us, and we love Cassie. The best. Just debit and not connect so they would get... Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Like, if somebody stole my wallet, it's like, I'm so broke. It's like, help yourself to the dollar store, bitch. Like, Go have a blast. You can spend all fucking $10 in there. On January 24th, Santos admitted to filing that 500,000 of that sum was not actually a personal loan, but he did not reveal the source of the money. Santos filed another amend report stating that 125,000 loan Santos gave his campaign also was not a personal loan. I have never been this confused looking at an FEC filing. Jordan Lebowitz, spokesman. I've never been so confused. Mark's going straight to Popeyes. Yeah, you can get a biscuit. Get yourself a couple chicken tenders and a cool drink. Soda pop. Cool southern sweet, yeah. A couple of chicken wings, some sweet tea. All right, this. Wait, what? Any skepticism about Santos's finances has been amplified by his alleged fraud. In 2008, when Santos was 19 and living in Brazil, court's records show he was charged with stealing the checkbook of a man his mother was caring for and wrote 700 in fraudulent checks, including for a pair of shoes. It's not the only theft allegedly on his record. 2 former roommates claimed he stole a Burberry scarf. Come on. All right, y'all. Like I get he's a piece of shit, but do we have to, go that, petty? He stole my scarf. Anyways, from one of them, and wore it a year later to stop the steal rally. Santos's lawyer in the fraud case in Brazil was reportedly convicted in connection to a paid execution and was studying law on house arrest when he defended Santos. Interesting. Could you imagine, somebody like Santos stealing your scarf, and then, you don't know where it went, and all of a sudden you see that bitch on TV with your scarf, and you're like... It's like that Leonardo DiCaprio, meme thing where he's sitting on the couch with a beer and then, pointing at the TV. He also appears to have made up a history as a landlord. Oh, dear. Claiming in a campaign bio that he and his family ran a real estate portfolio of 13 properties. The Times found no evidence of the buildings, and they were not listed on required campaign financial disclosures. Santos, who decreed New York's eviction moratorium during the pandemic, and has been evicted twice. Okay, well. He lied about founding an animal charity. That bastard! You're gonna drag animals into this? Santos's campaign bio claimed he ran a foundation called Friends of Pets United, saving 2,500 dogs and cats between 2013 and 2018. But there were no social media accounts for the organization, no IRS records, and no evidence of the charity being registered in New York or New Jersey, where Santos claimed to have operated. The Times found that Friends of Pets United held one fundraiser. So this crap organization held one fundraiser with a rescue group in New Jersey in 2017, for which he charged $50 per entry. But the group that threw the event said it never received any funds, and that Santos made up several excuses for why he didn't have the money. According to the Times, Santos would take checks written to his charity and cash them out under his pseudonym, Anthony DeVolder. Wow. Wow. You were supposed to be saving cats and dogs. He allegedly swindled a disabled vet whose dog was dying. Oh, yeah. This is This is sick. Santos also allegedly stole money from a disabled veteran who came to him for help to fund a life-saving surgery for his dog, according to Patch. In May 2016, Richard Ossoff, who was living in a tent in central New Jersey, learned that his pit mix would need a $3,000 surgery. A veterinary technician told him that a man named Anthony DeVolder could help him raise the funds. After Friends of Pets United put together a GoFundMe that got the money for the surgery, Santos then refused to give the money to Ossoff, whose dog died less than a year later. Santos has denied the story through the FBI, though the FBI is reportedly investigating the matter. I was worried what would happen to me was too long ago to be prosecuted. Oh, jeez. That's sad. God, what is with this dude? He may have ripped off an Amish dog breeder with a bad check. Politico reports that in late 2017, a check account in Santos's name wrote 9 canceled checks to 8 different accounts owned by dog breeders, writing in the memo section, "Puppy and puppies." That November, he was charged in Pennsylvania with theft by deception for the alleged crime. Santos claims that his checkbook was stolen and the charge was expunged in November 2021 after an old friend helped him out. Whether or not Santos wrote the bad checks, the report also reveals another angle of Congressman scams. With his charity Friends of Animals United, Santos would hold adoption events for dogs, pawning off the animals for a fee to people who thought they were adopting an animal in need, not a puppy straight from a breeder. Dang! Dude, animals have it hard enough, and you're like out there fucking like pretending you're saving cats and dogs. Of course he wrote those checks. How is like how this other shit? Like, of course he wrote those checks. Come on now. What's the deal with his marriages? So when Santos flipped New York's 3rd congressional district in November, he became the first openly gay, non-incumbent Republican elected to Congress. His campaign bio discussed his husband, with whom he lives in Long Island with 4 dogs. But Santos never appeared on the campaign trail with his partner, and the Daily Beast could not find a marriage record in New York. When he arrived at the house in January, he was not wearing a wedding ring, so he's not married, even though he says he is. In 2019, however, Santos did divorce a woman in Queens. I'm very much gay. I'm okay with my sexuality. People change. I'm one of those people who change. But he never had a husband. But then he goes on to divorce some lady. Did you con her too into marriage? The Daily Beast soon uncovered more on the first marriage, which lasted from 2012 to 2019, according to their marriage license, the divorce records in 2014, 5 years before his divorce from the woman. Santos sent Facebook invites to friends celebrating an engagement dinner with his boyfriend at the time. Santos's former boyfriend said the party never happened because he did not say yes to the proposal. Wow! That's weird stuff to lie about. Oh, this stuff is good. Here's where he starts lying about his mom's death. In July 2021, Santos wrote on Twitter that the September 11 attacks claimed his mother's life. On December 23, 2021, he said it was the 5th anniversary of his mother's passing, a loss confirmed by her obituary. On his campaign website, Santos claimed his mother, Fatima DeVolder, was in her office in the South Tower on September 11th, and that she passed away a few years later when she lost her battle to cancer. Yeah, at first he's like, my mom died in 9/11. And then they're like, what do you mean? Like, your mom actually died a different time. And he's like, oh, well, she just as well have died in 9/11 because she got cancer and died, like, years later. Aside from the fact that people rarely refer to 15 years as a few years, yeah, there's no record of Santos's mother suffering from the well-documented health problems caused by toxic debris following the attacks. Yeah, supposedly she got cancer from all the toxic debris. There is no evidence she was at the World Trade Center on 9/11, and though Santos has claimed she was a finance executive, public employment records obtained by NBC News list her only known employer as an imports business in Queens that folded in 1994. She also worked as a nurse in Brazil. So he lied about his mother working at the Twin Towers. And then he's like, she died at 9/11. And then the people are like, no, she didn't. He's like, well, she died of cancer. It's such a weird thing to lie about. Mom. Cheese. And now he's saying his grandmother is a Holocaust victim. This is fucking crazy. In an interview with Conservative Podcasts on May 2022, Santos said his grandparents survived the Holocaust, and his campaign bio claimed that they fled persecution during World War II. For a lot of people who are actually descendants of World War II refugees or survivors of the Holocaust, a lot of names and paperwork were changed in the name of survival. Yeah, that's what I thought. People who survived the Holocaust made it to other places, like there's a distinct, like, sort of paper trail that goes with that. He claimed he had Ukrainian heritage on his mother's side. Okay. Apparently, according to genealogy records reviewed by CNN, the Forward, this did not apply to his family. There is no sign of Jewish and or Ukrainian heritage and no indication of name changes along the way. Genealogist Megan Smoleniak told CNN multiple family records showed that Santos's maternal grandparents were born in Brazil. The name is common among Catholic families in Brazil. Interesting. Santos's lies about his family connections to the Holocaust did not stop him from delivering remarks on the House floor on January 27th to commemorate Holocaust Remembrance Day. Oh, Jesus. And he did not have employees who died in the Pulse shooting. Oh, really? Pulse shooting? That was the Club Pulse that somebody came in and shot up a whole bunch of, like, queer people. In an interview with WNYC following his section, Santos said he lost 4 employees in the Pulse nightclub shooting in 2016. Was it in 2016? Wow. I thought it was my timeline is off. Anyways. But the Times found that he lied about yet another historic tragedy. None of the 49 victims at the Orlando club worked at any of the companies he has named in his biographies. Why would you lie about something like it's like he wants like attention and sympathy, and he wants people to look up to him. Putting aside Santos's Holocaust fabrications, the representative has also said a few times over the years that he's a conservative Roman Catholic on Facebook. His mother posted Catholic prayers and discussed the Virgin Mary. And a priest in Long Island City said he knows the Santos family well, and they occasionally attend Catholic Mass. I never claimed to be Jewish, Santos said in the interview post in which people copped to his lies about his education. I am Catholic because I learned my maternal family had a Jewish background. I said I was Jewish. That doesn't make any sense. In January, Patch unearthed a Facebook post from Santos from 2011 in which he wrote, Hi Hitler, a former roommate, said that Santos would frequently make anti-Semitic jokes. He always said that it was okay for him to make those jokes because he was Jewish. Okay. On May 11th, director Blaze Jeff, who spent months with Santos for a potential documentary, shared audio of the congressman doing a Jewish impression. On Ari Melber's MSNBC show The Beat, Zev said that while speaking about his constituents, Santos adopted a fake Yiddish accent and said, "You sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're fucked." Okay.
You're you sit in a room with a lot of Jews, you're it's funny when the isms start coming out, right? Oh, he's such a man, she's such a man, and then they go on to the next thing. It's like, oh, that's a point. It's really bad. But anyway, you sit in a room with a lot of Jews.
Oh, one of my favorites. Was he a drag queen in Brazil? As Santos's bizarre scandal unfurled, more figures from Santos's past came forward, revealing details about his life. Like Brazilian drag queen Eula Rochard, who claims she was friends with Santos in 2005, when he was also performing as a drag queen in the Rio de Janeiro area. According to Reuters, another friend said Santos aspired to be Miss Gay Rio de Janeiro and that he was regularly participating in drag pageants. And wasn't he somebody who spoke against like drag shows? His drag name is Kitara and confirms this photo is from 2000. Oh, that is George Santos right there. In the drag. Santos, the first openly gay Republican to win a House seat as a non-incumbent, initially denied the story on Twitter, saying the story was categorically false. Later, as people identified the story was one of the few relatable things Santos has ever done, he stopped contesting it, saying, "I had fun at a festival. Sue me for having a life." But there is another plot twist in the drag queen plotline. According to a friend at the time who spoke with Insider, Santos was a supporter of leftist politician somebody da Silva, who was just elected president of Brazil. George Santos on Hannah Montana? What the fuck is happening? What the hell is happening? Santos's resume inflation keeps getting more absurd. A Wikipedia bio for a user named Anthony DeVolder claims that following a successful drag career, he landed roles on Disney Channel shows such as Hannah Montana and The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. After his stint on TV, the Santos bio then states he hit the big screen with a role in a movie called The Invasion, starring Uma Thurman, even though Thurman never appeared in a movie under that name. What the fuck? What do y'all got about Trader Joe's? I have a Trader Joe's down the street. It's California. We have a Trader Joe's more than we have fucking Walmarts. Trader Joe's is so weird. Like, they have food that's seemingly familiar, but it's, like, weird and different. So I feel like it's, like, a fucking, like, field trip. I have to spend, like, 20 minutes staring, like, at, like, a can of, like, fucking, like, tomato paste or something. Because I'm just like, is this tomato paste? Or is, like, tomato puree? I don't know. The sweet tea lament. I don't fuck with sweet tea. I like unsweetened tea. Was he a Broadway producer? Oh no. He said he helped produce the Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark, a 2011 rock musical. Wait a minute, Spider-Man had a rock musical? If we were to take his word for this, this would have been at the same time that he was a volleyball star at the college. Oh. The real producers of the play deny the representatives' involvement, but Santos picked a strange play to stake his name on. Like, what? Yeah. Okay, so Turn Off the Dark was a notorious flop, lost millions of dollars, and resulted in several serious injuries to actors. Yeah, that's weird. Probably because it flopped. He's like, nobody's gonna look this up. Oh God, he said he was a target of an assassination in December. So he was on a Brazilian podcast and he said, "We have already suffered an attempt on my life, an assassination attempt." Who also described a mugging in the summer of 2021 when an assailant allegedly took his shoes, briefcase, and watch off him on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight. On Fifth Avenue in broad daylight? Like, there's people around. There was no police records of, they tried to look for the police records of the incidents. They didn't get a response, so they don't even know about that. Here he is fucking up more organizations, taking money. Yes, many Republicans don't want him around. Mitt Romney is one of those people that really does not like... Mitt Romney is interesting because he's like Mormon, but they don't like him. Republicans don't like them. They feel like they made a grave error letting that guy in. So, here we are. Santos was arraigned on May 10th, and he pleaded not guilty to 13 charges, and he was released on a $500,000 bond. While leaving the courthouse, Santos says he has no intention of resigning. "This is the beginning of the ability for me to address and defend myself," Santos said, calling his persecution a witch hunt. This is not a witch hunt, honey. I don't want a free trial of anything. Go away.
Voting on an unemployment fraud bill, which is wild considering that that is part of what he's been indicted for. Santos was arraigned on 13 separate federal charges, wire fraud, money laundering, abusing public funds. The DOJ also alleging Santos spent money that he claimed was for his campaign, but he...
How can you get 13 fucking charges against you and sit there and be like, this is a witch hunt?
basically grifted, pocketing it, according to the filing, for personal expenses, luxury designer clothing, credit card payments for his own personal use. Now, these charges come after months of reports about Santos's lies, about his career, his education, his own life. And the tapes that we have as part of this exclusive, the Santos tapes, were recorded by documentarian Blake Zeff. This occurred in January and February this year, so quite recent, quite newsworthy, but before this week's indictment of Santos. Zeph was at one point exploring a possible documentary. We should note, as we mentioned in our coverage last night, Zeph also did a completely separate student loan policy documentary that aired on MSNBC. Now, in the new tapes I have for you tonight, you can hear the focus on the money, the grifting. Mr. Santos wanted to find some way to get money for doing what...
I hate his dumb face. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna go there. I don't like George Santos's face. It's big, it's dumb, and it just screams like pathological liar.
But most politicians, whether they're in office or candidates...
Are you all still going on about the tea? What are y'all doing in here? What's happening right now? What is this tea business? Okay, do you all like, do you call soda, do you call it soda? Do you call it soda pop? Do you just call it pop? Or do you call it cola? Like, how do you refer to soda? I just say soda. Pop. I got a pop. Mark calls it soda because he's cultivated. Me too. Soda. If it's a Fanta is a pop. Hey, Clarice, go on down to the corner store and get your ma a liter of cola. Take the change off my nightstand, go down to the corner store and get your ma a liter of cola. All right, let's finish this and then let's move on. I don't even know if I want to cover Trump. Like, let's see.
Constantly do without expectation of any money, which is he wanted to somehow find a payday for participating in a potential documentary that didn't ultimately occur. Journalistically, that would be not how it's done. There are ethics questions here and more. Santos, however, on this new tape you're going to hear for the first time now, was looking for a payday.
So what are they entertaining kind of like monetarily? Just look, I don't have a number in my head. Like the fact that I'm having these conversations are conversations I never in a million years thought I would be having. But when in Rome, let's have the conversations. A lot has changed over the last recycle, so over the last 6 years. So from 18 to now, a lot has changed. The Ethics Committee has allowed so many things, and it's been bipartisan and across the aisle. So I think, this is a different time in Congress where they're understanding that this is just going to be a new way of doing things.
Santos may have just been BSing, he may have been lying to himself, or he may have somehow got in his head that he really believed that there was a new way and this is what he would get away with. All of this quite interesting as we report on his indictment. As for the Rome reference, well, I don't know if grifting for interviews was a common practice in Rome.
Who the hell says tonic? Your dad? Like, what the... Oh, your uncle says tonic? What did he... What, is he used to going down to the fucking drugstore and getting a fucking tonic for a nickel? With some flavoring? Back in the day, like, I love that concept where, like, if you wanted a soda, you would go to the drugstore and then the guy there would make your soda, so it would be like carbonated water, and then they'd actually like mix in the syrup for you. Back in the day when Coca-Cola had cocaine? No, I don't know. Did Coca-Cola actually have cocaine, or was it like only like a certain batch? I don't know. Ren Fairy, we'll be back buying plants. Ow. Take us plant shopping with you. You did? That's cool. Yeah, I don't get tonic water. Isn't tonic water just sparkling water? You know what I'm craving now? I'm craving an old-fashioned. I could go for a nice old-fashioned right now. Old-fashioned with whiskey. It's pretty good. You're insane, uncle. Tonic water is for mixing with gin and removing stains from fabric. Can they also remove the stains on my life? Great for leg cramps. That's interesting. Whiskey with ash. There's a kind of whiskey I've had recently that's so fucking delicious, but it's so expensive. It's like fucking... The lowest tier I think is like $40 for the bottle. It goes up to like 75 depending on like what grade you get, but it's called Whistle Pig. Whistle Pig whiskey. It's so good. I'd get like the little... There'd be like these two like... Or like... It's like a small bottle, but there's more than just one shot in there. You know, there's like a couple shots. And then it comes with this little package of like flavored syrup. And there's like a ginger, like a smoked ginger syrup. So you just kind of take your glass, put ice in it, drizzle a little syrup like over the ice cubes or just like around the side of the glass, and then like pour the whiskey in it. So like you have like this lovely like rich whiskey and then just like a little bit of like sweet syrup to like go with it. Damn, I wish I had whiskey now. I'm glad I don't, because I don't need whiskey. I don't need to start whiskey. No whiskey until the last hour of the live stream. Speaking of drinks, I think let's see. Kind of blowing through my Stella. I love Stella. They taste really good, but it's like I don't really ever feel anything off of them. I'm getting bored of George Santos. What about you? Why don't we watch something interesting? I don't even think I want to go into Trump. Like, I'm just like, man, this is boring. Like, let's watch something fun. Or just something thought-provoking in some area. I found this video that was posted today by the Esoterica channel. I'm wondering if we can get through this. They're drinking absinthe and disgusting Aleister Crowley in New Orleans. Oh, it's too bad Philip's not here. Philip loves absinthe. So Philip would be all about this. But what do y'all think? Should we just fucking fuck off with George Santos and let's skip Trump? And yeah. Oh, Philosophy Tube put out a new video today? What? Oh, I do kind of want to see this thing maybe about this Lori Vallau. Oh, we'll see maybe. I don't know. Philosophy Tube? I love Philosophy Tube. Oh, 6 hours ago. Shit. Ancient therapy for modern problems? Interesting. We got that. We got this. Okay, screw that. George Santos is a piece of shit. And Trump, the jury found him liable for the sexual assault. So, screw Trump. What do we want? Do we want Philosophy Tube or Esoterica? We want Philosophy or Esoterica? You tell me. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. You tell me. Do we do Philosophy Tube or Esoterica? It's hot in here. Why is it hot? Ugh, I gotta open my door. I don't care. Ugh. You might hear my roommate scuffling around, but it's too hot. I have to open up my door. No, you can't say esoteric and philosophy. We have to choose either this video or this video. Do we want to watch Philosophy Tube talk about ancient therapy for modern problems, or do we want to watch Esoterica talk about Absinthe and Aleister Crowley? Absinthe and Aleister Crowley or ancient therapy? We're going to get to both eventually, but Mark votes Absinthe and Crowley. Esoteric, okay. Should we do the Absinthe and Crowley? Why don't we do it? We'll watch this one too. How long is this one? 40 minutes. This one is 23 minutes. Oh, yeah. This should be good. This should really fill out some time. Now, I have watched something from this guy. Oh, I forgot to go pee. That was the whole reason of me getting up. I got up and got distracted by the damn birds outside. I have watched a video of this guy before. I don't think he's the type to claim. I don't think people like to... YouTube users typically don't like to claim. It's just like big networks and stuff. By the way, last Friday's show was taken down because of 2 minutes of History Channel. YouTube won't let me put it back up. I've downloaded the whole stream, but because the stream is like 7 hours long, I'm going to have to break it up into parts. So everything's going to come back. I'm going to upload it again, but it's going to be uploaded in parts. And yeah, you wouldn't know where to get absinthe. I don't like absinthe. I got to be honest. Let's be real. Jan does not like absinthe. It tastes like, I don't know. It just tastes like soggy, like fucking like fish tank wood with like licorice. I don't know. It's just weird. It just my palate just does not like it. Sorry. Okay. Let's do it. Should we do it? Let's do it. Let's go already.
So this isn't exactly a regular episode of Esoterica. Clearly I'm wearing my Camp Crystal Lake counselor shirt from the summer of 1980. But I had the great privilege and fun to hang out with Andy from Atonche Films and Carl from InRange. If you're into firearms YouTube, you should check out his channel. On my recent visit to New Orleans to visit with my brother and my family down there.
Let's get stoned.
By the way, you can basically thank my brother Jonathan for Esoterica because it was really him that convinced me to start the channel in the first place. So thanks, Jonathan. But New Orleans is just, it's just a magical place for lots of reasons. And
On it.
Andy and I had worked together on a few topics, mostly on, demonology and witchcraft, because we're normal people. So I pitched him on us putting together like a short film on Aleister Crowley and the old Absinthe House, based on a
Now I'm still just like getting into this guy, but like so far, like I just like really love like what he does. Ooh, thank you. Thanks, Moo. My roommate's so nice, bringing me dinner while I'm streaming. What do we got? We got broccoli. We got some sausage, all of it made on the grill. He's literally like the window behind me, like behind that window is my roommate chilling outside and like grilling. Chilling and grilling. It's hot.
F-18 essay penned by Crowley entitled The Green Goddess that he wrote drinking absinthe in the old Absinthe House. And it's a really wonderful essay, and it really showcases Crowley as a writer and a poet. I'll put a link to the essay in the description if you want to read it.
Dude, Crowley is weird as fuck. Like, that guy... Like, he had smart things to say, but he was also, like, really into, like, kind of a little bit, like, tricking and conning people a bit. Oh my fuck. This grilled broccoli is so good. Mmm. Oh my god, I love broccoli.
Because of course you do, it's really good. Well, Andy and I co-wrote the script, and he shot and edited a really amazing episode over on his channel featuring the two of us diving deep into Crowley and absinthe and the world of New Orleans around the time that The Green Goddess was written over there in the old Absinthe House at the corner of Bourbon and Bienville. Of course, we also had a ton of fun.
I've been to New Orleans. I went to New Orleans for like a week. That place, it's unlike any other fucking place I've ever been. And I haven't traveled much, but like New Orleans, that place, and I stayed like downtown, like close to like, like the Jackson Square and stuff, like on Bourbon Street. I think it was like a street over from Bourbon Street, and like a, what is it? The Airbnb, yeah. But it's just like Nolans, yeah, Nolans. People call it Nolans. The friends I was with, she was Australian. She lived there for like a year before I went and visited there, and they call it like NOLA. But anyways, I remember it being such a unique place that, like, it just looks, when you're there, like, you don't feel like you're in America. It's so weird. Like, you're there, and it's like, I feel like I'm somewhere in Europe or something. Like, this doesn't even feel like America. And the people there are really cool. People are pretty awesome, and it has like an aura about it. I don't know how to describe it. It's like there's an aura with it. Like, you just feel a way. It's like you're just in a place like I don't know. It's antiquated. It's like, it's really old looking, and it's like really cool. You don't feel like you're in America. You feel like yeah, exactly, Mark. Like, you feel like you're in Amsterdam or something. It was just like, I kind of had like a culture shock going into there, coming from California into that. And like, really cool place. I drank a lot. I drank more than I could fucking handle. And their Bloody Marys are not like liquidy. It's like a fucking soup, and they're spicy. It's like a hot, spicy soup with vodka and like bacon wrapped green beans, okay? I'm just like, I don't know how people deal with this. It's like a fucking bowl of spicy soup with vodka in it. Vodka soup. I remember having a hard time drinking because, like, mostly people get, like, mixed drinks and stuff or grab beers. I was trying to drink wine the whole time, and there was, like, a wine bar, but for the most part, like, people, like, there was one bar I went to, and I'm like, hey, can I get some wine? And they're like, wine? Do we have any wine? And, like, the bartender would be like, hey, Bill, do we have any wine? And then they, like, reach under the thing and, like, dust off a bottle and, like, pour it out for me. I'm like, great. Like, no, like, people just really don't drink wine for some reason. I had such a hard time finding wine. I didn't think that would be a big deal. It's like people just drink mixed drinks or they grab beer. And then the wine bar I actually went to, like, they don't really have any local wineries or anything, but it's like, it all featured, like, cheap shit. Like, they didn't even have, like, I don't know. Like, if you're going to have an actual winery, maybe have something better than Yellowtail, you know what I mean? Just, like, don't be selling me that shit. How's the fragrance of the Yellowtail? It tastes like fucking the cheap bottle of fucking Yellowtail I get at the fucking grocery store, okay? Go to Kroger, to the Kroger, you mean? Cheap wine, like barefoot wine. I call it $2 Chuck. $6 a bottle, not per glass, exactly. $2 Chuck. Yeah, okay, Kim. Kim loves those kind of Bloody Marys. They have, like, celery, fucking hamburger, fucking pizza on that shit, or, I don't know, it's like always like a meal. $2 Chuck. Alright, let's get back to this.
All hours of the night at the Old Absinthe House and over at Pirates Alley, both great places to get a glass of absinthe if you're there.
Mark, it's a whole salad hiding in your vodka. No, it's like salsa, I swear. It's like, you're just, it's always so spicy too. It's just drink some salsa with some vodka in it. I don't know how I feel about that. I got one and I tried and I'm like, I can't do this. Like, my stomach was already burning from all the alcohol and I'm like, this is making my heartburn worse. This is not helping at all. There was one drink I got, I don't know what was put in it, but it was very delicious. I, like, went to the bartender. I was just chilling there at the bar seat, and he's like, you know, like, what can I get for you? And I'm like, you know, I'm just not really, like, familiar with cocktails and stuff. I'm actually open for directions. And then he's like, you know, you like sweet things, bitter things, this, that. So I kind of give him a general thing of what I liked. And then he's like, I got you. And, he's like, since you're from out of New Orleans, I thought I would give you a little hospitality. And that was the name of the drink. It was like a sweet tea. I think, I don't know what alcohol was in it. It was like really icy. It was sweet tea and it was so delicious and refreshing. And it was hot that day too. So I like that a lot, but it was really funny. And he even said, he's like, that is a dumb joke, but I thought, you know, you would like a hospitality.
In New Orleans. I'd also like to extend a very special thank you to Julie over at the Old Absinthe House for going out of her way to show us around this historic centerpiece of the French Quarter. Julie, thank you. You really made our night. I've never gotten to see the Old Absinthe House in that kind of detail. Folks, go.
Flower Dragon says, you've never tasted a vodka you liked? That's because vodka, good vodka, is not supposed to taste like anything. If you can taste it, it's not good vodka. Hey, MC Heavyset! Good to see ya. We keep getting distracted by talking about drinking. It is Friday night chat, after all.
Have a glass of absinthe with Julie. However, this episode is actually
You do want to visit New Orleans. It's so beautiful there.
a bit of a free-form conversation between Andy and I on.
Except for the smell, sorry. The smell, I don't know. You walk around downtown New Orleans and it's just like, or you walk around the French Quarter and it's just like, it just smells like alcohol and pee. And they literally, like, every morning, like, all the fucking shops and things, like, hose down the sidewalks from, like, vomit and spilt drinks. That's one cool thing, too, about New Orleans, walking around, like, the French Quarter and stuff, is, like, Jackson Square, French Quarter, whatever. It's perfectly legal to take your drink outside. The only law about it is they can't be glass containers, so I can't go out there with like a glass Stella like this. But if I was to grab like this can of Coors, I could drink this and walk around. In fact, I did get like a couple of cans of Guinness. You just walk around and drink. You grab your drink from a bar and you walk to the next bar, and by the time you get to the next bar, you've already finished your drink, so you get another one, and then you just keep bar hopping, you just keep it going, honey. And then you just, I don't know. I also went during the time when it was Mardi Gras, but not like the main Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras kind of has like different parades, if that makes sense. So I went to one of them and it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of people. But when people are like in the streets and like parading and partying, like everybody, I mean, obviously there's douchebags and stuff, but like for the most part, it's like everybody's just chill. Everybody's having a good time, you know? Like, people look out for each other. I wouldn't want to drive around there, though. It's all, like, one-way streets. It's a nightmare. Also, interesting, you know, a lot of the buildings in that area are, like, two-story, and then you'll have the balcony on top. And then on the outside, you know, when you're on your outside balcony, there's actually fans because it gets so hot and stale. Like, you need outside electrical fans to blow air at you. Also, it's really cool that the top balconies, more often than not, don't actually have doors to access them. They actually, you go out of your window, and a lot of that was when they were building the buildings in order to, if you were to install a door, it would be like a different classification of a building and it would cost more versus if you just did a window out to your balcony. Anyway, sorry. Enough about New Orleans. I'm sorry. It's a really cool place though. Broccoli! Look at this gorgeous broccoli. This gorgeous grilled broccoli. So good. When vegetables are grilled and you get that kind of like smokiness, it's so good.
All things New Orleans and absinthe, and you know, of course, the great beast 666, your uncle and mine, Aleister Crowley. So check out Andy's amazing
Your
episode
uncle
over
and
at his
mine.
channel, and then maybe come back here, pause this one maybe, then come back here and enjoy our absinthe-inspired conversation in this episode. But until next time, thank you again always
Hey,
for
Yoga
watching
Nature.
Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, religion, and getting drunk in the French Quarter. Andy, welcome to Esoterica.
Well, that's a cool setup.
Welcome to Atan.
That's a really cool setup. It's all green. They're all dressed up. I like that. Sorry, we spent so long talking about New Orleans. I have to like pee again, but I'm telling you, New Orleans is really good. I would die to go back there again. All right. What, Steve Urkel? Oh, okay. I love my roommate. He comes out to me and he's like, guess what? I'm like, what? He's like, Steve Urkel is going to be in the new Star Wars. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I guess that actor is getting put into a role. God, this broccoli's good. It's so good, but it's going to make me fart. You need a roommate? Like, only on Fridays do I get blessed with this, but yeah, it's really nice. Roasted broccoli and cherry tomatoes. Broccoli is good for me. It's so tasty. Everybody eat your broccoli.
Shay Films.
Yeah, welcome to my weird bohemian, creepy little hideaway, my cave here.
It was great getting the tour earlier and seeing the Witchfinder General, and it's amazing.
Yeah. Took you to my costume closet. We saw the Witchfinder General. We saw Johnny Reb. We saw Klaus as well. We can't leave him out, but he was there.
Little nervous seeing that one.
No, I mean, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
That was great, but it's fantastic just like being in New Orleans and hanging out and talking Crowley and drinking some absinthe. I mean, as someone who for me, Crowley and absinthe are just sort of they're part of my daily life for whatever reason. But for someone maybe not part of your daily life, what do you think of what do you think of this essay? I mean, I sort of pitched the idea to you on a lark, and I've really always loved this essay. I think it really captures something well, and Crowley's a great writer. But what were your impressions reading it for the first time?
Yeah, well, it was. I really enjoyed kind of getting to know Crowley a little bit more. My kind of I feel like what when we decided to make a video together, I was kind of, I sort of realized kind of my limitations in this regard, that I don't, know a whole lot about sort of Crowley and his particular kind of brand of occultism, except, in which just like as a layperson, just being kind of casually interested in this stuff. And one of the things that I love about your work and your channel is that I'm sort of, not necessarily an expert about a lot of things that you talk about, but that I just like it as a nerd, and that I just have like a layperson's interest in it, and I just really enjoy those topics. I really got to enjoy learning more about him, and also, but I think kind of what I sort of brought to it was sort of the New Orleans side of things, was just sort of the historical context of New Orleans at the time, and also just extensive experience having worked in the French Quarter for many years, and just sort of being in that world, being a Puerto Rican, as we say, Puerto Rican or quarter rat, or the preferred.
Quarter Rican.
But basically being a total degenerate for a lot of my 20s, hanging out in the French Quarter, which very much lent a lot of personal experience to, it's very easy to visualize his essay when you have that kind of background. So, I really enjoyed learning about it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I take away from the essay, which again, if folks you've not read it, it's available online. It's really worth reading, especially if you're a Crowley fan. I don't know. I always get the feeling, and I grew up not far from here in Mississippi, and so I spent a lot of time in the Quarter as well. But there was something I've always felt that say what you want to about Crowley, he had his own personal issues or whatever, but I think he got it. I think that the essay captured something of the magic, and of course, who better to capture the magic than
yeah, exactly.
Aleister Crowley. But do you think he gets it? Do you think the essay?
Yeah. Well, that was I mean, that was one of my first thoughts, was that wow, he gets it, and it surprised me how little time he had actually spent in New Orleans, as well. But I think it's like one of those things where it's like the line from The Dark Knight, where it's like, it's the kind of mind the Joker attracts. I think the French Quarter tends to attract weirdos in the best way possible, speaking as a weirdo. I think his personality meshed with the quarter very well, and I think he did get it. I mean, I think I think as far as New Orleans authors, I mean, I think John Kennedy O'Toole, that's his name, right? Confederacy Dunce's guy, and Anne Rice are really the sort of like quintessential New Orleans authors for me. It's just, you read Confederacy of Dunce's, you read Interview with a Vampire, and there's just certain little turns of phrase, certain little descriptions of places, and where you're just like, this person knows, and I got that sense from Crowley. I was surprised that he got that to get that sense from Crowley, because at the end of the day, he did not spend that much time here, and. But yeah, there was a certain, as an observer, which he really spends so much of that essay just observing people and observing the little ecosystem of the old Absinthe House. He really captured something which we talked about in the video on my channel, which if you haven't watched already, you probably should, because it's sort of, this is kind of the postscript of that, the inside the episode, as it were. He really kind of very honestly captured a moment in time in a way that speaks to his talent as a writer, really. I mean, the dude has a serious way with words. My particular favorite piece of Crowley writing, of course, being the book of poetry, White Stains, but which is full of amazing poetry about all sorts of disgusting, perverted sex acts. Hence the title.
Yeah, no, he was an excellent pervert.
Yeah, he was.
Aleister Crowley was such a slut. I mean, that was like half of his fucking gatherings was like, let's all talk about some weird shit and fuck. He's kind of off. He's kind of odd. Yeah, he was a really interesting pervert, all right. Is that a fucking ding in my glasses? Dang. I'm gonna need some new glasses.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Crowley's a lot of things. He was never halfway anything. So when he did something, he did it.
So what was your? I mean, you've known about this essay for a long time, like, and just in your area of expertise, Western occultism, and obviously Crowley is a big figure in that, and just kind of foundational, right, to like modern occultism, and I mean, you still have OTO running around, and all these groups that are very inspired by Crowley. He's a seminal figure. And you've mentioned the essay "The Green Goddess" before in like prior videos and stuff like that. So like, how, I guess, does it fit into, in sort of like the
anal sex and ritual magic went together like ducks in a picnic for that guy? Yeah, there are some weird magical groups where like it's something about like you can't, like, if having regular sex is like wasting your seed in some sense, but if you have anal sex, then somehow that gets around that. There's some weird groups that like do that, have that kind of like reasoning. I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm like, why can't you all just like do it? Let's weird out and chill. Yeah. Something about magic guys and anal sex. They're all up in that pussy,
The, I guess, literary tradition, kind of like what does it mean to you in terms of the literary tradition, in terms of like the picture that he's painting, in terms of the mythology that he's referencing, the mystery of the rainbow and all this type of stuff? Like, could you break down some of that for?
Yeah, there's really the two things that Crowley does. I mean, Crowley's never going to get too far away from sort of the Western occult tradition, and two of the things he really weaves.
Oh my God, have I heard of the Mormon soaking? Yes. You know what? It's so dumb. Like, they're fucking. It counts. I'm sorry. You're fucking. You're already there. Like it's the dumbest fucking concept ever in the history of ever. It's like, if you're that far, if you're so far, you're like, we can't exactly have sex, but what I can do is I can put my penis in you and we can just like sit there without like actually moving around. It's like, just do it. Just do it. Like, just go for it. You're already there. Like, why press the envelope so far to where you're actually penetrating, but it's like, oh, if we don't move, then it doesn't count as actual sex. It's sex for people with no rhythm, pretty much. They just lay there and don't move. That honestly just sounds awful. Like, that would irritate me. Like, that would be like the most unpleasant, like sexual experience. It's like, you know what? Like just do it. Like, just go there. Like, nah. If anybody suggested seriously, like, soaking for me, I would laugh in their face.
I think really pretty majestically through this essay, and it's a short essay. It's it's not long at all. I think in the original 1918 publication, it's only 4 or 5 pages. But one of the things he really focuses on in a really great way is
friction is of the devil.
The alchemy of absinthe, and thinking of this as sort of the last gasp of the alchemist, creating this beverage which contains all these herbs that are absolutely storied in the history of both the European herbal tradition, but also of the occult tradition. And so you get wormwood is like biblical, right? Falls out of the sky and turns all the water to blood. And so you get all of these heavily charged, very mystically inclined herbs. They're all packed into absinthe, and he kind of paints it as the last bastion of the alchemist trade. And as a person who's spent some time in front of a still making absinthe,
torture,
it does give you those vibes, and you do get the sense, and again, folks are seeing, there's all the ritual involved with it. There's just no better trifecta than absinthe, the French Quarter, and House Crowley. It's just like a parody of itself.
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
And so, I've known about this essay because it's just like the intersection of all the things that I'm academically interested in. And it writes itself. What's surprising to me about this, and I mentioned to you, is that from my knowledge, no one's ever touched this. This is so weird that this is like this could be if the old Absinthe House, really wanted to do it, it really could be a documentary commercial for the Absinthe House. Yeah. So I think what Crowley really does well in terms of the occultism stuff is he really brings in alchemy history of herbology, of the herbology, and of course that's right up there with witchcraft and So I think all those elements he weaves in really well, and I really love the image of absinthe as the last gasp of the alchemist.
Yeah. Well, it's got sort of that, precisely the the herbology and stuff. It has that sort of that sort of feminine, massive air quotes sort of idea of like the witch's cauldron and sort of making the thing and making the potion, and where it's in terms of like there's a mythological kind of connection there to witchcraft and to sort of feminine magic in particular. Aleister Crowley, of course, being a power bottom, very much in touch with his feminine side, and just sort of the like. And also art, and also just sort of the like wine. That's honestly probably my favorite part of the essay is like wine as like the excess of human will, past necessity needs an outlet. It needs vices, and he sort of like binds wine and vice and art and religion all kind of in the same sort of territory of like, okay, we have food, shelter, and water. What else is left in the human condition? And it's sort of the excess, and
the one person he thinks of as the most degenerate is the
prohibitionist.
It's the Pope.
I love the
the most immoral.
The most immoral person. He's just this great screed against the prohibitionists. But
prohibitionists.
I think he's right. I think it's Churchill or one of those smart people who said something like, you can't trust a person with no vices.
Exactly.
And Crowley knew something about vices.
Yes, I am one of those people. I do not trust people without a vice, okay? If you have no vices, you're somebody who skins cats in your garage and wears them like hats and runs naked through the woods, okay? Have a vice. Something. Anything. Like, just... I just don't get people without like a vice or something. Like, I had a friend once. She didn't like drink or smoke pot or anything, and I'm just like, I just out of curiosity, I'm like, what would you say your vice is? And she's like, hands down, sex. Like, no one is to know. Seriously, it's like, if you don't have a vice, I want to know where the bodies are.
And I do love the idea that the excess has to be, and this is an idea that comes out of George Bataille as well, that the excess is something we have to manage, and we manage it by sort of luxurious consumption.
Yeah, precisely.
And I think absinthe is.
Should we have a Marxist take on that, Justin? Absolutely. What's our materialist analysis?
Like my absinthe red. But I love that the idea of like vice is vice can be sacred.
Yeah.
Cultivating vice, and absinthe is, I think it's amazing because it is of course absolutely intoxicating, but I love the fact that it has all this ritual associated with it, and you get all the kind of, even the preparation of absinthe and the drinking of absinthe has a kind of religious like quality.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
And that intersection is just really.
Yeah, no, exactly. It does feel like a bit of a sacrament, and just the ritual of, you get there's a spoon, and then you can have the sugar, and then you drip really carefully. And even though we were sort of making our first glasses of absinthe today, when I brought you here to my creepy bohemian set with Jefferson Davis's tomb, we were sort of like, you don't have to drip it, and it's like pour the water right in. But it's sort of, there's something about kind of the, it's like the, yeah, you could just eat the cracker, but the guy in the robe has to do the thing. And it's, there's sort of the ritual. It does have a very, it does in a kind of like book report English class kind of way. You know what I mean? In a thematic way. It does sort of smack of religion, and I do love that idea of sort of vice and ritual and religion all sort of being intertwined. That's so on point. And it's I'm a big fan of like vampire fiction, and that's sort of a big part of that as well, is like which is also very much Dracula being written.
Vampire like aesthetic is so fucking huge in New Orleans. Like, you walk around the French Quarter and shit, and it's like, or you go to Jackson Square, and it's like, there's just vampires. They're just fucking, like, gothic vampires, just, like, going about their day, getting their groceries, tipping their hat at you. Like, they're very nice people, but it's like, yeah, there's just straight up vampires in New Orleans. It's really interesting. They have, like, an Anne Rice vampire ball down there. I guess it's like really big. Kind of cool. Like, I'm not really into vampires per se, but like when you're down there, you're like, oh, this is neat. I could get into this. So pretty cool stuff. Hey, Mork, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, we're getting back to these two fine gentlemen drinking absinthe and discussing Aleister Crowley.
At the height of absinthe time, the absinthe era, it's sort of, which, Francis Ford Coppola, referenced in his adaptation. But yeah, it's sort of a similar thing of like, of the life-giving liquid and of the sort of the ritual and religious sort of aspects of essentially what is sort of a pretty kind of horny, dirty, vice-ridden thing, and that's so sort of bound up, just again thematically and just like the process of the artist and the idea of the starving.
How can it be Vampire Land and not no decent red wine in every bar? That's a mystery. I'm telling you, I'm not lying. You go to New Orleans, you try to get a nice glass of red wine. For some reason, it's just like way harder than if you just got like a vodka mix or like a beer. I don't know what it is. Like, people just don't really care to drink wine in the bars.
Artist and kind of going back to the French Quarter thing, just having known and sort of been myself, just like an artist who like had a day job and was like kind of a hot mess of a person and and sort of didn't make any money at it, but like was like trying and stuff. And we've all, I think anybody who's like I guess the sort of trendy modern term is a creative, but I think everybody, all the creative people out there can relate to that. Mm-hmm. And you see it in in New Orleans, as you mentioned in my video, and the jazz musicians, you know, who were all just hot messes of people, and yet they're these legends, they're these American icons. But at the time, you know, I mean, a lot of them became famous posthumously, or you know, their monumental artistic achievement to just like, I mean, it goes beyond music, jazz. It goes to, I mean, you know, jazz has artistic influence in film. It has artistic influence in visual art. It has artistic influence in so many different media of art. And a lot of these people were just these half-mad alcoholics who, you know, died young and never made much money their entire lives. And that's, again, that the bohemia of, and the associations with absinthe are very strong.
No, of course.
Jazz music. Jazz music is really big in New Orleans. Jazz music is pretty big here too. One of the first things I did for work moving here to California is I was a bar back for the jazz festival, and I have never seen so many fancy abstract hats in my entire fucking life.
Of course, and Crowley fits very well into, you know, of course, you know, he's a bit of a high Tory, but he really, you know, despite that, I mean, he's also kind of a, you know, degenerate of a kind, a you know, degenerate genius.
Yeah.
And, you know,
which we mean in the best way possible.
Yeah, so I mean, it's absolutely a compliment. But, you know, and again, there's something about this essay that I really love, because not only does it capture, you know, this really
Good night,
great
Andy.
unholy trifecta of, you know, the French Quarter and Absinthe and Crowley, but also the time, like 1918, those few years right around World War I, with Storyville and with Prohibition coming and all that, it's just a incredibly pregnant time period. I make it easy to imagine a short film of you know.
I don't know what to suggest for absinthe because I don't drink it. I don't like absinthe, actually. I just don't. It tastes like soggy wood licorice. Soggy wood licorice. I don't know. I don't like it.
The sort of, you know, painting kind of vignettes of that world, you know, from Crowley's point of view, from the point of view of the old Absinthe House. I really feel like this essay, I don't know why it is exactly this essay isn't better known. Absinthe people know it. Crowley people.
Where is this essay? Where is this essay? Here it is. Absinthe, the Green Goddess by Aleister Crowley. That is a lot of shit to read. I don't know if I'm up for reading all this right now. I want to. I definitely can't say French. Maybe we'll explore this in the future, because I am interested to read it, but I don't want to read it out loud right now, because I just don't, like, I've already did all that reading when we talked about Elon Musk and Twitter and Tucker Carlson and Ron DeSantis. Like, I've already done my reading. But I'm really curious about this. This essay they keep talking about. Oh, this is already almost over. What the fuck?
People sometimes know it.
New Orleans people rarely know it. I mean,
and that's what I was going to ask you. How this is I think it captures something really, really amazing that could be part of a New Orleans anthology.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think so too. I mean, it definitely. I mean, I in fact. Just the other day, I was at Pirates Alley drinking Nouvelle Orleans, doing research for this video, which I will write off on my taxes. Thank you very much. Absinthe for research, and just sort of messaging with a friend of mine. Her husband is a tour guide and was giving a tour, talking about the propaganda campaign against absinthe back before Prohibition, and I sent her a message and basically just said, "Oh, it's your husband's talking about this, and I happen to be doing research for this video. It's how serendipitous." and she's a big fan of Crowley, and actually one of her famous Mardi Gras costumes was the sort of pyramid hat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And she didn't know about this essay. Of course, I sent it to her straight away. But yeah, it's very obscure, and it is strange that it doesn't have, I guess, more of a life here, because I do think it could, I mean, sort of like you said, a savvy business owner at the old Absinthe House. I mean, I'd have, framed pictures of Crowley with a quote. You know what I mean? It's like, a little fact sheet you could give out to the customers saying history of the building, and because there's, it is quite it's a dense essay. It's certainly, if you're not a huge nerd, I could see how it might be kind of impenetrable or whatever, but there's some great quotes in there. I mean, there's some like really, really wonderful bits it is a shame that it isn't more well known, but hopefully, our little collaboration here will bring it to a wider audience.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that, and I would tell people, if you're a fan of esoterica, you're surely, Crowley probably nothing about absinthe. But I would say, and I think both of us agree that it hits different. The essay hits different. Yes. Get a couple glasses of absinthe in you, like, keep pace with Alistair Crowley. And the essay really starts.
I'm sure if you get a few glasses of absinthe in you, Crowley is starting to sound really fucking magical.
To shine.
Yeah, no, yeah. I literally did that the other day, just as a thought experiment.
It's science, you have to. Yeah, it's a what are they? Participant observer. You have to really. You can't maintain objectivity and no. But
I would say objectivity's for squares. Yeah.
But I would say, folks, if you've never read the essay, I'll have a link in the description, and go read it. Get you a glass of absinthe, or 2, or 6.
6.
Read it through a few times, and also
devote 6 hours a day to the task.
That's what he says. Yeah, Crowley says, if you're not born an artist, you can make it happen. You just have to spend 6 hours a day in the old absinthe house, getting lit on absinthe, and you will become an artist. You'll become something. I'm not sure what you'll become, but. Andy, it's speaking of drinking absinthe.
Ugh, tequila? No, not tequila. There's like a TikTok of like the tequila. I thought it was a lemon drop. I didn't think it was tequila. Oh yeah, okay. This is like perfectly how tequila is in my mind. This girl took a shot and she thought it was a lemon drop, but it was actually tequila. And the way she says tequila, it was so perfect. It's like the only way to pronounce tequila.
I thought that was a lemon drop. I didn't think it was tequila.
It gets me every time. The way she says tequila. I'm telling you, it's the only way to pronounce tequila.
I thought that was a lemon drop. I didn't think it was tequila.
Okay, just one more time. Just because it's really funny. It's like my favorite.
I thought that was a lemon drop. I didn't think it was tequila.
It's so funny. Tequila. She was trying her best. The heaving is built into the word. It's the perfect pronunciation. I think it was tequila. Tequila. I gotta use the bathroom, and then I want to poke around this other guy's channel for more of this, because I feel like we're missing a bunch. I really do want to read this essay, but I wish I don't know. I don't want to read it out loud right now. Hold on. I thought it was a lemon drop. I didn't realize it was tequila. Oh, thank you so much, Flower Dragon, for being a member for 7 months. I really appreciate that. 7 months already? Wow. Tequila. Tequila is no. I can do whiskeys, I can do gins, I can do bourbons. Whiskey, I think, is my rum. I kind of can tolerate, but not really, because when I first started drinking liquor, rum was the only thing I could handle. So I've drinking so much of it. I just don't care for it. I did the same for vodka. Really heavily into the vodka, and then I can't do that anymore. So the only thing I can handle now is maybe some gin, mostly whiskey. Whiskey is my go-to. Whiskey is my joy. Watching the cowboy movies I've been watching, because I'm on this big cowboy movie kick, this gunslinger fucking movie shit. It's really hard to watch these movies without wanting to constantly drink whiskey and smoke cigarettes. Kim's anything but gin. I like a good Beefeater's gin. I like it with the ginger ale.
I'll say, folks, if you really love the absinthe paraphernalia that you're seeing right here, go check out Mason Absinthe. They sell all these wonderful fountains and carafes and absinthe glasses. All the stuff here has been loaned to us for Mason Absinthe. I have all my absinthe stuff back home, but I can't schlep an absinthe fountain with me in New Orleans. But they have great deals on these fountains and other absinthe accoutrements. So I would say, get yourself a glass of absinthe, get you a fountain, go read some Aleister Crowley, and
it tastes like
enjoy
pine
the
trees.
absolute
It does.
Wonderful trifecta of saint and sin.
I think that's why I prefer gin in Christmas time.
That is absinthe in New Orleans with the great beast 666.
Indeed.
And I think we're going to go to the quarter.
Yes, yeah. In fact, we are directly going to go to the quarter and drink more absinthe.
Who's this other guy? Oh, here we go.
In 1918, famed occultist Aleister Crowley visited the French Quarter in New Orleans. Draping himself over a stool in a watering hole where Bienville meets Bourbon Street, Crowley ordered a glass of illegal absinthe, outlawed in the United States since 1912. A forbidden drink with its origins in medieval alchemy, more of a potion than a beverage, historically associated with magic and witchcraft. Crowley drained his glass, then ordered another and another. Pleasantly toasted and creatively inspired, he uncapped his pen and wrote a seminal essay about life, death, vice, and what it means to be an artist. He called it Absinthe, the Green Goddess, and it began like this.
Keep always this dim corner for me, that I may sit while the green hour glides, a proud purveying of time. For I am no longer in the city accursed, where time is horsed on the white gelding death, his spurs rusted with blood. There is a corner of the United States which he has overlooked. It lies in New Orleans, between Canal Street and Esplanade Avenue, the Mississippi for its base. Thence it reaches northward to a most curious desert land, where is a cemetery lovely beyond dreams, its walls low and whitewashed, within which straggles a wilderness of strange and fantastic tombs.
Wow.
And hard by is that great city of brothels, which is so cynically mirthful a neighbour. At least the poet of La Légende des Sexes was right, and the psychoanalyst after him, in identifying the mother with the tomb. This then is only the beginning and end of things, this quartier macabre beyond the northern rampart, and the Mississippi on the other side is like the space between. Our life which flows and fertilizes as it flows, muddy and malarious as it may be, to empty itself into the warm bosom of the Gulf Stream, which in our allegory we may call the life of God.
Wow, that's so cool.
Hi, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge of the channel Esoterica. By 1918, Aleister Crowley had accomplished more than a lifetime's worth of achievements. He had escaped the gravitation of his fundamentalist Christian upbringing.
He had established himself as a careful poet. He had forged his skills as an expert mountaineer, and most of all, he pioneered a path in religious occultism. In the world of esotericism, Crowley delved into the spiritual athleticism of the Abramelin ritual, first in the Highlands of Scotland, and then completed the grueling ritual crossing the wastes of China. He practiced yoga in India. He developed sex magic in Paris and North Africa. He performed the headless ritual in the bowels of the Great Pyramid and received a new scripture, the Book of the Law, in Cairo, founding the new religion of Thelema. He combated and summoned demons the world over, spending his sizable inherited fortune along the way. When Crowley arrived in New York City in 1914, he was broke. Relying on members of the occult OTO order and his sizable skills as a writer, he nevertheless toured the United States from coast to coast before arriving here in New Orleans, his favorite city in the US. He was in his 40s by then, and despite the financial hardships, the great beast Aleister Crowley was already a literary and occult maestro. Like many artists before and since, Crowley immediately felt at home in the French Quarter, and as he stared into his glass of absinthe, he mused about the magic of the creative process, speaking of it in monumental, even biblical terms.
Originally, in the fantastic but significant legend of the Hebrews, the rainbow is mentioned as a sign of salvation. The world had been purified by water and was ready for the revelation of wine. God would never again destroy his work, but ultimately seal its perfection by a baptism of fire. Can it be that in the opalescence of absinthe is some occult link with this mystery of the rainbow? For undoubtedly, one glass does indefinably and subtly insulate the drinker within the secret chamber of beauty, does kindle his thoughts to rapture, adjust his point of view to that of the artist, at least in that degree of which he is originally capable, weave for his fancy a gala dress of stuff as many-coloured as the mind of Aphrodite.
Whoa.
At the time of Crowley's visit, the city was at the tail end of one of the most dynamic periods in its history. Though it was the jewel of the Mississippi during antebellum days, the Civil War and its consequences had sent the Crescent City into a period of social upheaval and a steep economic decline. Following the failure of Reconstruction, upper-class white Southern Democrats regained control of local government and instituted a system of racial apartheid which marginalized both the city's black freedmen and its community of mixed-race Creoles, who suddenly found themselves thrust out of the social orbit of the white elite. Times were hard here in the late 19th century, especially for poor black communities. I know it's hard to imagine now, but if you can believe it, public health, sanitation, and infrastructure in New Orleans was actually very bad at the time. In 1878, a yellow fever epidemic wiped out 2% of the population. In 1880, the life expectancy for black New Orleanians was only 36. For
Wow.
whites, it was 46. The rates of black infant mortality were even more sobering. On average, only 1 of 2 black newborns would survive infancy. In these horrific conditions, New Orleanians turned to vice to distract them from their sorrows: drinking, dancing, sex work, and especially music. It was at this time that neighborhood brass bands, mostly but not exclusively black, began to experiment with a hot, energetic new style of music with a broad array of social and artistic influences. Blacks drew from their own tradition of West African drumming and gospel music. Mixed-race Creoles offered melodic contributions from their quadrilles, waltzes, and marches, while whites brought highbrow classical music and opera to the cultural table. By the turn of the 20th century, a brand new, uniquely New Orleanian genre of music was being played all over the city, most vibrantly in black quarters. The genre wasn't codified or formalized at that point and remained largely experimental. It didn't even have a name yet. But the invention of this peculiar, provincial style of music, played by the poor and downtrodden in a backwater southern city, would prove to be the most groundbreaking artistic revolution in American history. It was the birth of jazz, and in a matter of decades, its influence would spread all across the planet and lay the foundation for modern music. In this same period, 1897 to be exact, a city...
Yeah, Maria says good example of turning struggle into power through art and music. Totally. And another genre that kind of comes out of literal black pain is in the, I think, 60s or something, late 60s. Basically the era of disco. Pretty much funk music, inspired disco music. Funk and disco is like predominantly like black. Let's see. The Isley Brothers are some of my favorite. There's so many, like, I could just go off for hours about, like, listing, like, stuff like that. But, it's like, it's sad the way it came about, but jazz music, funk music is some of the best fucking music we've got on this fucking planet. Yes, turning pain into power. It's not always a pretty experience, but something beautiful can come out of it.
The official, seeking to curb New Orleans' proliferation of illegal sex work, drafted an ordinance confining the world's oldest profession to a designated area of 20 square blocks, located lakeside of the French Quarter, tastefully hidden behind a massive railway depot on Basin Street. The ordinance backfired spectacularly. Pimps and madams flocked to the new district, soon christened Storyville, following the scent of money. Within a few years, what had been a quiet working-class neighborhood was completely transformed into the most lavish red-light district in the country. The district's famous mansions facing the rail depot catered to wealthy tourists, while dank one-room shacks known as cribs served less moneyed clientele. Sex work was contained, yes, but within those 20 blocks, it thrived like never before. Of all the bohemias in New Orleans history, and there have been many, none matched the extravagance and notoriety of Storyville. Debauchery of every kind abounded, as did a great deal of racial and sexual abuse. Thanks to Jim Crow, Storyville brothels were whites-only establishments, so a parallel black red light district sprang up upriver on the other side of Canal Street. Jazz wasn't an international sensation yet, and the legendary pioneers of the genre were still starving artists at this stage. Many of them would hone their craft playing for pennies at these black brothels. In the first decade of the 20th century, cornetist Buddy Bolden would make musical history, as well as indulge his crippling alcohol addiction, at a church-cum-music venue nicknamed Funky Butt Hall on Perdido Street, just a few doors down from the childhood home of Louis Armstrong. Though jazz was at first considered too low class for the elegant bordellos of Storyville, celebrated black musicians like Jelly Roll Morton and Tony Jackson were commonly employed there playing more highbrow tunes, unlikely to offend white tourists. Then in 1970,
yeah, Maria says black people are a lot of the foundation to today's music, actually, too. Exactly. Even rock and roll. You know, they always say the king of rock and roll is Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley actually appropriated a lot of his work from black people, from, like, black blues musicians. So even rock and roll as we know it is also inspired from black people. EDM, electronic dance music, house music is from black people. That has been my favorite genre of music growing up. My first CD when I was a kid, the first CD I had was La Bouche. I don't know if you know who La Bouche is. They're like the 1990s band that's like, be my lover, wanna be my lover, you know. Where do you go, my lovely? I wanna know. Where do you go? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You know La Bouche, like, love it. House music, totally, honestly. Good fucking music. La Bouche, Corona, fucking, like, so much music. Ugh. That was my first CD ever, was La Bouche. I'm like, I have to have this one. This is the music I want. 90s house, yes. 90s house, totally. Jan is Mark. I'm afraid of American. Isn't it like Johnny's an American? I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid of the world. I'm afraid I can't help myself. I wish we could listen to music. It sucks. Just like, because I would totally like pause the songs and like talk about lyrics and stuff, so it kind of sucks that we can't do that.
The year before Aleister Crowley's visit, two major events would bring this epoch of New Orleans history to an end. First, a group called the Original Dixieland Jazz Band brought New Orleans jazz to New York City, generating a national fan base and, most crucially, recording an album, which propelled the genre out of obscurity and into the stratosphere. And second, with the American entry into World War I, and due to the United States Navy's concern for the virtue of its sailors, Storyville was shuttered by federal decree. As Crowley sat in the back of the old Absinthe House in 1918, getting wasted and scribbling on a piece of paper, he was surrounded by the afterglow of a legendary American bohemia, where genius and vice swirled together as surely as wormwood and sugar. I like to think it was the great duality of this beautiful, wretched city that inspired Crowley to write.
The genius feels himself slipping constantly heavenward. The gravitation of eternity draws him. He is like a ship torn by the tempest from the harbour, where the master must needs take on new passengers to the happy isles. So he must throw out anchors, and the only holding is the mire. Thus, in order to maintain the equilibrium of sanity, the artist is obliged to seek fellowship with the grossest of mankind.
Absinthe conjures for us a lost world. The time of the French Belle Epoque with its countless cafes, its bohemian artists and poets, the early days of electric light, the 1889 World's Fair, just as the Eiffel Tower went up. It was a world before world wars and atomic weapons. It's a world near to us and yet separated by an unimaginable gulf. And that lost world of the arcades and the flaneurs was fueled by absinthe. Absinthe is a distilled spirit made by the maceration of the so-called Holy Trinity of green anise, sweet fennel, and the spirit's namesake, grand wormwood, or Artemisia absinthium. This bitter, medicinal maceration is then distilled into a spirit typically between 68 and 70% alcohol.
Yeah, that was kind of a bad B-roll. I don't know why. It was just like a B-roll of modern cops. Like, they should have done something else for that.
In which is steeped a further herbal infusion of Roman wormwood, Artemisia pontica, hyssop, and lemon balm, thus giving absinthe its distinct floral character and peridot green color. With its beginnings as a medicinal tonic, absinthe was first commercially produced in cuvée beginning in 1797. The famed Pernod distillery would be established at Pontarlier in 1805. That city, the capital of absinthe, would eventually boast some 25 absinthe distilleries. And after being provided as a medicinal ration to soldiers, absinthe would positively rocket into popularity through the 19th century. By 1910, just 5 years before the ban, France was consuming 36 million liters of absinthe annually.
Wow.
Absinthe quickly became the national drink of France, but the end was near. Anti-absinthe sentiment arose just as quickly as did its popularity. Cheap, adulterated absinthes containing poisons like copper sulfate and antimony chloride, which falsely colored and created the louche effect, entered the market, which was, at that time, basically unregulated. To what degree these poisonous concoctions added to the legend of absinthe's deleterious effects isn't entirely clear, though the reputation of the profligate absintteur was well on its way, as Crowley indeed noted.
What is it in absinthe that makes it a separate cult? The effects of its abuse are totally distinct from those of other stimulants. Even in ruin and in degradation, it remains a thing apart. Its victims wear a ghastly aureole all of their own, and in their peculiar hell, yet gloat with a sinister perversion of pride that they are not as other men.
However, an unholy alliance of the French temperance movement and the vintners would spell the doom for absinthe. Just as it was enjoying meteoric success, the French grape stock was being positively devastated by the insect Phylloxera. Wine production and in turn distilled brandies like cognac were decimated. And it was toward the end of the 19th century.
That's why I can't find good wine there.
Century that a solution was actually discovered in, of all things, American rootstock, resistant to the pest. Once back on their feet, the vintners had to defeat absinthe for its market share, and thus, allied with the temperance movement, ironically enough, began the anti-absinthe propaganda campaign. Absinthe caused degeneration, madness, destroyed families, caused hallucinations, murder, and finally suicide. Absinthe became poverty, madness, and death in a bottle. And with the growing frenzy of the temperance movement and war on the horizon, France banned absinthe in 1915. America's relationship...
Hi, Fachita. Thank you so much for joining.
To absinthe was just as fraught in some ways. Seeing what officials at that time called the Green Menace from afar, the Americans sought to curtail the allure of absinthe before it could even take root in this country. Indeed, it was growing so popular in the early 20th century that one large French producer was told by US Customs that if any more of their absinthe entered the country, the distillery would have to open their own embassy. So in a preemptive strike, the Americans banned absinthe in 1912, 3 years before the French did. Of course, with New Orleans being the center of Francophile culture in America, the absinthe continued to be poured and continued to be looshed. Smuggled in from Spain and Cuba, a tradition actually carried on by Hemingway some years later, as he would, in his own words, get tight on absinthe and do knife tricks. Despite the ban 6 years prior, in 1918, Crowley and the other denizens of New Orleans could still enjoy the spirit at the old Absinthe House. In fact, the glasses of the spirit are the first Crowley ever consumed, despite his years in Paris. Well versed in drugs and drink, we can perhaps trust his account of the effects of the milky green spirit.
And it is no doubt that in the due employment of this liquor, such effects are easy to obtain. A single glass seems to render the breathing freer, the spirit lighter, the heart more ardent, soul and mind alike more capable of executing the great task of doing that particular work in the world which the Father may have sent them to perform. Food itself loses its gross qualities in the presence of absinthe and becomes even as manna, operating the sacrament of nutrition without bodily disturbance.
Interesting.
The epicenter of this scofflawery stood and stands at the corner of Bourbon and Bienville in the French Quarter. Built originally as a grocery in the early 19th century and converted to a bar in the 1830s, it had become associated with absinthe by the 1870s, earning the name the Absinthe House, eventually the Old Absinthe House. Even the decor testifies to the centrality of absinthe, the bar sporting beautiful marble absinthe fountains, the bases eroded from decades of water flowing into the spirit. Crowley even notes them. Keep always this dim corner for me that I may sit while the green hour glides, a proud pravine of time. Here too are marble basins hollowed and hallowed by the dripping of the waters which creates by baptism the new spirit of absinthe. Thus the old Absinthe House, beset with all manner of legends, became a kind of renegade holdout for a world that was quickly slipping into the oblivion of war and prohibition. And even in Crowley's day, it held fast as a kind of spiritual capital of that ghostly world. Though by 1918, the ban on absinthe must have just seemed like an opening salvo of what was to come. Introduced into the 66th Congress of the United States of America on June 27, 1919 by Minnesota Republican Andrew Volstead, national prohibition would become law on October 28, 1919, with enforcement beginning at 1 second past midnight on January 17, 1920. Of course, the temperance movement had long proven popular given the bender the country had been on, and when Crowley sipped his already illegal absinthe, New Orleans had long been staring down the barrel of prohibition, an especially cruel fate for the Crescent City. Of course, Crowley, the expert tippler himself, had not a little invective for this moral crusade against liquor.
The prohibitionist must always be a person of no moral character, for he cannot even conceive of the possibility of a man capable of resisting temptation. Still more, he is so obsessed, like the savage, by the fear of the unknown, that he regards alcohol as a fetish, necessarily alluring and tyrannical. With this ignorance of human nature goes an even grosser ignorance of the divine nature. He does not understand that the universe has only one possible purpose, that, the business of life being happily completed by the production of the necessities and luxuries incidental to comfort, the residuum of human energy needs an outlet. The surplus of will must find issue in the elevation of the individual towards the Godhead, and the method of such elevation is by religion, love, and art. Now these three things are indissolubly bound up with wine, for they are themselves.
Yes! Dionysus time! Dionysus time!
Species of intoxication.
One of the most fascinating parts of Crowley's essay is when he sketches a kind of prose portrait about the various people he meets in the old Absinthe House. There's a bit of a leering quality to Crowley's observations here, and his haughty judgments are anything but objective. However, these quick lines are a tantalizing glimpse into the lives of the people of the French Quarter more than 100 years ago. Just like today, many of them are, and I say this with great affection, hot messes.
The first person Crowley tells us about is a young woman of about 30, though she's aged beyond her years. She's sitting at the table.
This green light is like kind of messing with my eyeballs a bit.
Nearest to Crowley, drinking beer and gin. Years ago, she married a wealthy cotton broker, she tells him, and enjoyed a lavish lifestyle in Europe. But the marriage fell apart. Chasing respectability, she married again, presumably to a New Orleanian, who was less successful but unimpeachable. She has a dripping disdain for what she calls those girls and insists that she never runs around with men. But the woman's actions in the old Absinthe House stand in stark contrast with the contentment she professes with the trajectory of her life. As Crowley speaks with her, she gets, quote, solidly drunk, and our author perceives a deep melancholy about her. Since, as Crowley observes, she failed to realize that respectability is a lie and that love, not the sanction of church or state, makes marriage sacred, this poor woman seeks asylum in her absinthe glass. Crowley didn't regard absinthe as an asylum or an escape. Happily drunk over his new favorite potion, he declared that the consumption of absinthe was nothing less than a crusade. With fittingly medieval imagery, he writes,
Wine is the ripe gladness which accompanies valour and rewards toil. It is the plume on a man's lance head, a fluttering gallantry, not good to lean upon.
The bar begins to fill up, as Crowley scribbles, and the sleepy afternoon gradually comes alive with the whirl and rush of humanity. Crowley continues to observe, and he eavesdrops on various conversations. He feels detached from the merriment, but he makes sure to take the time to hit on his waiter, a young mixed-race man he describes as a sleek and lithe Black Panther, sounding an awful lot like the middle-aged gay men who go drink on St. Anne Street today, too old and too drunk to realize that they're being problematic. But what else could we expect from bisexual icon Aleister Crowley? Soon, Crowley latches onto another patron, an old Frenchman, a veteran with a gleaming Legion of Honor medal pinned to his shabby overcoat. In his youth, probably the 1850s, he helped dig the first artesian wells in the Sahara Desert. Now he flits between his little apartment on Bourbon Street and the old Absinthe House, drinking away his autumn years, living off of his military pension, and waiting for death to come take him. At some point, as the evening wears on, Crowley realizes that he's been so engrossed in his writing he failed to realize that his girlfriend had entered the bar and sat right down next to him. He decides to go with her away from the old Absinthe House and continue their jaunt through the quarter. Perhaps, he writes, they'll go to the river and listen to mariners tell tall tales. No doubt the stories will be lies, he tells us, but no less delightful in the telling. The more things change, the more they stay the same. There's a tangible spirit.
Imagine that as like a fucking activity. Let's go down to the old pier and listen to the mariners tell them tall stories that they do. That would be interesting.
Spirit in this old square, and it seems little dulled with age. I feel it every time I cross Rampart Street. It's enough to almost make you believe in ghosts. New Orleans is undergoing tremendous change at the moment, and this neighborhood is not immune to that. But there's also been a spiritual through line here, so constant and unyielding, it's almost spooky. I'd like to propose a toast, if I may. To the French Quarter.
A toast.
The last, best, and truest American Bohemia.
Yes. Cheers.
Aleister Crowley's 1918 essay captures something powerful and timeless, the magic of a place and time that endures both storms and tourists. Some of the soul of New Orleans captured in the spiritual heart of the French Quarter. Tennessee Williams once quipped, America has only 3 cities, New York, San Francisco, and New Orleans. Everywhere else is Cleveland. It's really this spirit of the city, really a kind of magic that sets New Orleans apart, that Crowley captures powerfully. And to be sure, it's a dark, seductive, and vice-laden magic.
This is so interesting because I don't think I've really heard about this essay written by Aleister Crowley. And it's interesting to me, before we even started this, I started talking about my experience going to New Orleans and trying to describe in a way that it has its own aura. And this is exactly like what I'm talking about. There's just something magic about it. There's just something saturated in the vibe and in the air in that place. And it is kind of like a dark, voodooistic, sort of vice-centered like magic, like a very Dionysian sort of thing. So I appreciate like this idea of Aleister Crowley like encapsulating this and writing. This makes me more eager to read the essay, but I want to save that for next week. Next week I'll be ready to read the essay.
Surely, vices are to be carefully cultivated, as Crowley knew better than most. And who better to capture that spirit, that magic, somehow paradoxically between both saint and sin, than the great beast 666, by tippling the Green Fairy at the old Absinthe House.
Yay! I liked that.
If you're wondering where we got all this sick absinthe equipment, it was from Maison Absinthe in Baton Rouge, a great little company where you can get all of this awesome stuff on their online store, and the link is in the description. So thanks, guys, for bringing this down. And thanks to Justin's buddy John for driving all the way from Baton Rouge. I'm like Ignatius Riley. I don't go to Baton Rouge. It's just not someplace you'll find me. But if Maison Absinthe had a storefront, then I would make an exception. Cheers.
Nice. I like this other dude. I like the other dude. And this is his channel. I think I'm gonna subscribe. Aleister Crowley. Interesting. Interesting. Civil War? Oh, geez. Oh, this guy looks cool. Dude, he's like dressing up and everything. Dang, we might have to watch more of this guy. Does stuff on the Puritans and Salem. Does like Viking stuff. Hell yeah. Civil War shit. Fuck yeah. Dude, this guy is the GOAT. Love that. Okay. That was cool. Yeah, I really want to read this essay. I don't have the voice for it now. I think I want to... Should we do this next week? Should we read this essay next week? From the Hermetic Library. Oh, look, there's a Abraxas. Abraxas is cool. We should do this. Yeah, let's read this next week. I'll put it on the list. Maybe we'll watch more on like Aleister Crowley. We'll find some like other people talking about Aleister Crowley. All right, Shay. Good for you, buddy. That was really good. I like that. That was really good. Like the first one we watched was kind of like we kind of like did it backwards, but like watching that part, that was like really cool. Aleister Crowley has like a lot of really cool things to say about New Orleans. Like really interesting things. Yes. Yes, and have Mark come on. Yeah, Mark come on and like read it. Do an accent. Hey, I really want to watch, we're kind of done with that. I really want to watch the Ancient Therapy for Modern Problems by Philosophy Tube. But let me step away and have a little breaky poo. I'll be right back. Yes, let's get drunk. Let's drink and read Aleister Crowley. That would be interesting. I'm not drinking absinthe, though. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. I don't know why, like, we talk about this Aleister Crowley stuff, and I just can't help but think about, like Ozzy, like, Mr. Crowley. Where is... I need another... Oh, Jesus Christ. What am I doing with my summer mess? Mr. Crowley. All right. 'Tis the time for Philosophy Tube. This is dropped just today, like 6 hours ago. I don't know what this is about. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here for the fun. Okay. I'm here to have fun, drink beer, and learn. Okay? This is what my live streams are all about. Having fun, drinking beer, and learning. Let's do this.
Once upon a time, I went through a very nasty breakup, and my mental health really suffered. I was in a bad place, until I went to see a therapist who knew a lot about Stoic philosophy. Stoicism is an ancient philosophy, and it's having a bit of a moment. The Daily Stoic has over 2 million followers on Instagram. There's an international Stoic convention called Stoicon, and a New York Times best-selling book about
Stoicon?
Stoicism called Discipline is Destiny. A great title for a club night. YouTube tells me what my subscribers have been searching for on the internet, and as a group, your #1 most searched term is Stoicism.
Stoicism, interesting.
Number 3 was Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher who wrote the Meditations. This philosophy is a movement, and I have a philosophy degree, so let's do it. In this video, I'm going to tell you what Stoicism is, how it helped me, and where it might be leading you astray.
Stoicism is cool. Yo, you think people, like ancient people, didn't have any like philosophical concepts of like, or anything philosophical to deal with the concept of death? Man, Stoics had it down. They're like, are you afraid of dying? Come to us, honeys. Come to us. Memento memoriam. Remember death.
So please, make yourself comfortable, lie down on the couch, and tell me about your mommy.
Ooh. Tell me about your mommy.
Salve, amici. Ego magistra sum verbis. Claudia penis superfluus.
Penis.
Pro barbaris audientibus, hodiernae lecito in lingua saevissima dabitur. English. Let us begin with Marcus Aurelius, since he's probably a lot of people's intro to Stoicism. Marcus was an ancient Roman. He was born in 121 AD, and he was emperor of Rome from 161 until his death in 180. By all accounts, he was a pretty decent guy. The bar for Roman emperors was low. As long as you don't murder your mum and shag your sister, you can't go far wrong, and he's one of our major sources for Stoic philosophy. Marcus did not invent Stoicism. It actually comes from ancient Greek philosophers like Zeno of Citium, Aristo of Chios, Cleanthes of Assos, and other minor characters from House of the Dragon. But we don't have anything written by the OGs, original Greeks. One of the only things we know about Cleanthes of Assos is that he was really jacked. Somebody wrote that down and it's survived, but not a lot else. Everything we know about Stoicism comes filtered through the Romans, and they may not be reliable. For example, one of our other sources is the Roman politician Cicero, and he tells us a lot about Stoicism, but he was arguing against it, so he might not be portraying it accurately. Cicero also wrote his philosophy as dialogue between characters, which is just really pretentious.
God, she is so pretty. Like, I love the whole, like, like a fucking, like, jaguar in the back and everything. Like, I love this.
I mean, who the heck does that? Imagine if 2,000 years from now, the work of every philosopher ever had been lost, and future scholars had to reconstruct their ideas based solely on this show. That's kind of analogous to the situation we're in here. They'd be going, well, is she portraying them accurately? Why is she dressed like that? Where's the guy who used to present it? Was that her brother? A lack of reliable sources is one of the drawbacks to doing ancient philosophy. But on the other hand, I really love it, because this stuff was written almost 2,000 years ago, in another country, in another language, by people who lived unimaginably different lives, but it's still capable of making me go, oh yeah, I get what you mean. It genuinely gives me a really beautiful sense of the oneness of humanity.
Yes.
It's like getting a high five across time. I love it. The
Yes.
Meditations isn't really a philosophy book per se. It doesn't build to a conclusion or argue for a specific point. It's just a collection of notes that Marcus wrote to himself that he probably didn't expect anyone else to ever read. That's because in the ancient world, philosophy wasn't a university course the way we might think of it now. It was more like self-help. It was supposed to improve your life.
Philosophy was not...
Yes. I've talked about this before. Back in ancient times, philosophy wasn't just some abstract shit that you just think about and talk about and discuss and argue about and debate over. Philosophy at the time was like the earliest form of like therapy. It was like it had like an application to life more so than it does now. More so people just kind of like study it, but like back then, like it's like you would have your philosophy teacher, and in some cases they would have one-on-one time with you, and you would discuss, like, hey, what's going on, and they would, you would get some help. It's like, here's how you deal with your life. Here's how you deal with your fear of death, with the fear of the plague, with the fear of economic issues, like all this stuff. Like it was very applicatory.
merely a subject to write or argue about, but one that was expected to provide a design for living, a set of rules to live one's life by. This was a need not met by ancient religion, which privileged ritual over doctrine and provided little in the way of moral and ethical guidelines, nor did anyone expect it to. That was what philosophy was for.
Hey, good night, Melinda. Thank you so much for coming by. We appreciate you. Good night, honey.
So, I'm going to skim through Marcus here. I'm going to pull out some key Stoic concepts and teach them to you. And of course, I have compiled them into an internet-friendly numbered list. Number 1, the dichotomy of control. This one's pretty simple. Control the things you can control. Don't worry about the things that you can't. If you're an addict, or you know an addict, you might recognize this idea from the Serenity Prayer, popularized by Alcoholics Anonymous. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change.
Hold on, my pod's not working. I needed a new pod for my Juul, vape, and my roommates called me a pharmaceutical boner. He just called me a pharmaceutical boner. Oh, roommate love. Hey, good night, Maria. Good night. Thank you for coming. All right, my friends. Let's keep on going with the Stoics.
The courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The key for Stoics is there's only one thing you can really control, and that is your judgments about the world.
Yes.
For example, Marcus says, imagine somebody insults you and you get really angry. Take a step back. Have you really been hurt by what they said? No. What's happened is they've insulted you and you've made a judgment, something like, and you've reacted to that, not the insult itself. You can change that judgment if you want to, and you can let that anger go.
If you are pained by any external thing, it is not the thing that disturbs you, but your own judgment about it. And it is in your power to wipe out this judgment now.
That's not an easy thing to do, which is why you have to work at it. This is something that other Roman Stoics like Seneca and Epictetus said too.
I'm sorry, hold on. No, it's not my 10th beer. My 10th beer. Dude, if I was on my 10th beer, I wouldn't even be able to live stream. Like, at all. Like, I would be 3 sheets to the wind. Especially after not having eaten much today. I do loves me Friday beers, though.
You've got to train yourself to take that step back and examine your feelings every time you experience a strong emotion. It's worth mentioning, in the 21st century, we are very used to thinking that feelings and judgments are separate things. You've got your feelings, those are your moods, emotions, desires, your vibes. They're all over here in a pink heart shape. Those are for girls and they are gay because over here in a blue brain shape, that's where you've got your facts, judgments, reasoning, beliefs, Jordan Peterson, big mind activity. That is for men.
Jordan
and it is
Peterson.
not gay. Ancient Stoics didn't think like that. For them, feelings have a judgment inside, like the stone inside a peach. In technical philosophy language, we say that emotions have cognitive content. And Stoics said you have to make sure the judgments inside your feelings are true. For example, a while ago, I had a big audition for a TV series and I was really anxious. So I took Marcus's advice and had a step back and realized that inside my anxiety was a judgment. And that isn't true. If I don't get this part, there'll be other auditions. I can let that judgment go. And immediately, I felt less anxious, which is great. But from the Stoic point of view, the more important thing is that I brought my judgments into line with reality. I'm facing things as they are, not as I imagine them to be. And so I have become more rational. Concept number 2, virtue is the only good. For Stoics, being rational, having accurate judgments about the world, is the only thing you need to have a good life. So follow this example with me. Imagine my agent calls me up tomorrow and says, "You got the part," and I think, "Fantastic, I'm so great." And I get really arrogant. I'm reacting to that judgment, but it's not true. So that good news has been turned into a bad thing. For Stoics, if I don't have accurate judgments about the world, it doesn't matter if I get good news or fame or wealth or opportunity. They won't do me any good. The only thing that really matters is virtue, which is to say, having correct judgments about the world.
The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Therefore, guard accordingly and take care that you entertain no notions unsuitable to virtue and reasonable nature.
This idea overlaps with concept number 3, living in accordance with nature. There's two sides to this. The first is what we just talked about, making sure that your judgments align with reality. The second is living in accordance with human nature. The Stoics said that humans are social creatures. It's in our nature to live in communities and be good to each other. They regarded mankind as one brotherhood, in which every man possesses a spark of the divine.
Each one of us is a part of this universe, from which it is a natural consequence that we should prefer the common advantage to our own. For just as the laws set the safety of all above the safety of individuals, so a good, wise, and law-abiding man, conscious of his duty to the state, studies the advantage of all more than that of himself or of any single individual.
The fourth and final Stoic concept I want to pull out here is the sage. The sage is a Stoic master. Sometimes they mean a literal person like Socrates, and they say he's a sage. Sometimes it's more of an ideal to strive for. The sage lives perfectly in accordance with nature. They have no false judgments about anything. They are never overwhelmed by strong emotions because they've trained themselves to step back every single time. Even when times are tough, even if their agent calls and says, "You didn't get the part," the sage doesn't multiply their suffering by adding false judgments like it's over for me. Instead, they face reality as it is, and so they are able to cope with adversity. So, those are the major concepts in Stoic philosophy. If you skim through Marcus Aurelius or you watch videos like these on YouTube, those are the notes that you're going to hit, and that is all Kushti. But this is Philosophy Tube. I want you to watch this video and then go and sign up to my Patreon so that I can make more of them. And I know that you're not going to do that unless I earn it. You don't sign up to my Patreon because you want to hear me summarize Wikipedia. You sign up to my Patreon because I go the extra mile in extra style. Stoicism is supposed to be a guide for living a better life, which prompts the obvious question, does it actually work? But before we get into that, I want to talk about why the original Stoics believed this stuff. This is the extra...
Hey, Susan, we actually just kind of, like, there's still a lot of this left. Like, we're only 11 minutes in, but glad to see you. Yeah, this is really cool. We're talking about ancient therapy for modern problems. And this just, Philosophy Tube just dropped this video today, like, just a few hours ago. So we're just kind of, like, getting through basics of Stoicism and judgments of emotions. This is really cool stuff. I love it.
Material, the deep lore that podcasts and articles don't usually talk about. Stoic physics.
Stoic physics?
The people of the ancient...
I'm sorry, where the hell did she get that lion? Where the hell did she get the lion? Okay, where's it coming from? Where is she right now? Where is she?
World didn't have particle accelerators and radio telescopes and all the things that we have to make sense of the universe. But they were curious and clever. They had some theories about what's going on here, and the Stoics were no exception. The Stoics said there's two kinds of things in the universe. There's matter, which is passive, and then there's this other active principle called
mind,
the Logos. And the Logos is kind of like the Force.
Mind.
It's an energy field found in all living things. It surrounds us, penetrates us,
it's mind.
binds the galaxy together.
It's mind. I know the... me. It's mind.
It's the rational principle which orders the universe. The Logos is made of a special physical substance called pneuma, the Greek word for breath. Pneuma is a combination...
I'm sorry, this is so exciting. This is so cool. This is so cool.
...of air and fire, two of the four fundamental elements, and it's blended through everything. Objects have it. An axe has pneuma that gives it the power to cut. Plants have pneuma that makes...
Oh, this is... Yeah. Mark says this presenter, her and the writing team do a great job breaking this down to the internet in general... education level. Justin Sledge has great Stoicism content on Esoterica, but his approach is more academic. I love her name is Abigail. I love her so much because I don't know. I feel like it's almost like the same thing with ContraPoints. ContraPoints is the same way. She does the same thing. She presents like philosophical, not directly philosophical things, but she talks about like a lot of complex social issues with a lot of theatrics. Abigail teaches you, but it's like an immersive experience. Like she takes on the role and she really commits to it, and there's something about that like it makes it fun to listen to her. Like you want to hear what she says.
Makes them grow and reproduce. Animals too. Newmar gives them movement and perception. And we have Newmar in us. It makes your blood warm because it's fire. It makes your heart beat. It lets you think and be rational. It's what your soul is made of. And when you die, the Newmar leaves you. You get cold, you can't move or think anymore. The Newmar in you is dispersed back into the cosmos. Because the Newmar is blended through the universe, the same way it is in us, the universe itself is alive. And not only is it alive, the Stoics believed the universe is intelligent and it's happy, which I think is just a really sweet idea. The universe is thriving, she's smiling, she's happy to see you, she's moisturized, she's 4.5 billion years old, but she still looks great. If you read Stoic philosophy, including Marcus Aurelius.
Cher. Oh my god, Cher. Susan says, I love Abigail. She and Natalie are friends. Abigail has a drama background, which gives her the ability to present the video so well. Abigail has a strong education and experience in like theater and drama. She even like wrote her own play, which actually went on to be like I think pretty successful, called The Prince or something like that. Really good stuff. Hold on, I'll be right. I apologize, I have to like use the bathroom a lot. Ugh.
Aurelius, you'll notice that they use a lot of very big words interchangeably, like God, fate, the world, the universe, Zeus, the gods, the cosmos. The reason they do that is because in Stoic physics, those are all the same thing. And if I could briefly turn this show into Bible studies tube, any Christians in the audience might be thinking, this sounds awfully familiar. The Gospel according to John opens with the phrase, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. In the original ancient Greek, that's en arche en ho logos, kai ho logos en proston theon, kai theos en ho logos. Logos is the Greek for word. John is saying that this Stoic idea, the force that orders the universe, is the same thing as the Christian God. If you translate that phrase into Latin, you get in principio erat verbum, which you can find carved on statues and churches around the world, and written above the gate of the school where I studied theology. By the way, if anyone in the audience is upset at my ancient language pronunciation, then I would simply remind you that Udeus hekon hamartane. All of that physics is bollocks. There is no such thing as Newmar. The universe is getting less ordered over time. There are...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. Don't be saying that now. The universe is very rational. The universe is mind. Like, let's... Hold the phone now. Hold the phone, my lady.
many more elements than 4. Your blood is warm because of chemical reactions in your body, and your heart beats because of electrical activity in your sinoatrial node. But the point is twofold. Firstly, Stoic philosophy was based on the latest science of the day. The science was wrong, but they weren't mystics or fools.
No, that's not wrong. There's the pneuma is like it's mind. Like it's still there. It's still present. It's still like this frequency domain. It's this mathematical sinusoidal like thing going on, and it just like let's let's keep that in mind, okay? Like that's not false. The universe is logical. The universe is reason. It is mind. Mind is reason.
The people of the ancient world were intelligent, just as much as me and you. High five! The second point is that Stoic physics informs Stoic ethics. When they said that your judgments need to align with reality, they mean the things that happen to you literally impact your soul, and you need to literally move your soul in such a way that it aligns with the world. When Marcus Aurelius said there is a share of the divine in all of us, he means it literally. These days, a lot of people would probably interpret that stuff as metaphor. I would hazard a guess that people getting into Stoicism now probably aren't engaging with the deep physics. They're using it as self-help, because Stoicism is supposed to make your life better, which brings us back to the obvious question: does it? Being Stoic is sometimes associated with toxic emotional repression. Men having no feelings, never asking for help. Becoming the perfect warrior, cold and ruthless, living by your strength alone, uninhibited by foolish emotions. It's Dragon Ball Z. Masculinity is a subject about which I know more than I should, but less than some of you might think. I studied it for a number of years, but I never quite had the natural talent. And I want to reach out to young men, help de-radicalize them, offer a...
Oh, thank you, David. I really appreciate that. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. It's a very nice super chat, and I love the little sticker, too.
A positive role model. We're doing Left Tube again. Remember that from like 5 years ago? Well, we're gonna bring it back. Somebody call H Bomber Guy. What's he up to these days?
What have I become?
This Stoicism for bros, broicism, if you will, is based on a misunderstanding of what Stoics actually said. You can't get rid of all your feelings. For example, when I go too hard on a night out, I often get depressed the next day, and you can't philosophize your way out of a hangover. There are some emotions which are, for want of a better word, physiological, and a sage would still have those. It's not about having no feelings, it's about having feelings that align with reality. So the wise sage might say, I feel really depressed today, but I know that's just because I had a big night on Molly down at the Darson Superstore. This too shall pass. Still, the Stoics described the sage as somebody who is never overwhelmed by strong emotions. Epictetus advised his followers to become so detached that they could treat the death of a child like the breaking of a cup. And you might think, oh, that doesn't sound like a particularly nice way to live. We can call this the romantic objection. Isn't it good sometimes to get carried away by passion? When the blood runs hot and the champagne is cold and you're alone in a hotel room with somebody who you probably shouldn't kiss, but you both feel like you just kind of have to. The romantic objection is that overwhelming passion is needed for a good life, and if you follow Stoicism, you'd be missing out on that. The Stoic response here is to pretty much bite the bullet and just say no. A good human life does not include moments of overwhelming passion, because if they're based on incorrect perceptions, they will lead you into trouble. You might feel as if, but you won't literally explode. You'll be sad, but you can probably live with that. When you have virtuous emotions, there's no overwhelming romance, but there's also no overwhelming grief or anxiety. Virtuous emotions are aligned with the real world, which is the best and indeed only place that human beings can live. If you're very clever, you'll already have noticed that there's a lot of overlap between Stoicism and CBT. That's cognitive behavioral therapy, not the other kind of CBT. CBT is a talk therapy invented in the 20th century, inspired by Stoicism. Patients are encouraged to identify underlying beliefs which might be affecting them and substitute those beliefs for something else. So just like Stoicism, it focuses on the cognitive element of emotion. CBT is what I was sent for when I went through that breakup. I was very depressed, and my therapist encouraged me to find the belief underneath that depression. Eventually, we wrote it down. And I thought, that isn't true. So what if we substitute that for something else? At one point, I asked her, but why do I feel this way? And she said, well, does it really matter? We could spend years psychoanalyzing your dreams or your childhood, and eventually we'll come up with something like, oh, your mother didn't breastfeed you enough as a child, or whatever. But you're still going to be left with the same question which brought you to therapy in the first place, namely, what are you going to do now? Are you going to accept the real world or not? And this leads us to a criticism of both CBT and Stoicism. Is there a danger that we're encouraging people to accept things that they really shouldn't have to?
Interesting. Interesting.
Hi, I'm Kelly Slaughter, the founder and CEO of Psyopy. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also a mom, and I know that juggling all those responsibilities can cause stress. Stress is the #1 cause of employee sick leave in America. So what if there is a way to hack your stress response, reducing employee stress whilst keeping them in work? Introducing Psyopy, a solution for your business, whether you're a multinational conglomerate or a mom and pop store. Our story began when I was running my previous company, Express. We were making facial recognition software for law enforcement, and a number of employees came to see me in my office and said they were experiencing stress. They didn't agree with the work we were doing. They wanted to change their conditions. They even threatened me with unionization. And at the time, I was also experiencing stress because I was in the process of buying a third home, so I was really able to sympathize. I started reading about the scientific causes of stress, and I learned that stress is caused when an individual reacts negatively to challenges. And I thought, what if there was a way to reduce employee stress without compromising productivity? That's when I had the idea for Psyopy. Psyopy uses artificial intelligence to bring the practice of cognitive behavioral therapy to your workplace. When faced with the problem of employee stress, a lot of founders use these patronizing solutions like putting a ping pong table in the office or letting employees pet a dog. Those solutions don't. Cognitive behavioral therapy is where scientific study.
It's like, hey, we're gonna reward your hard work with a pizza party. It's like, I'm poor, you bastard. What the fuck is pizza gonna do for me? Oh, thanks, we have a water cooler? Great! Really inspirational shit.
Meets ancient wisdom, a solution that works. When your business signs up to Psyopy, you'll gain access to our suite of software apps, including our artificially intelligent therapist. Employees can schedule regular sessions to hack their stress, and our AI therapist offers genuine solutions. Employees can stay in work while they stress hack. You can also set measurable goals for them to work towards, and Psyopy will monitor their progress outside of sessions. Psyopy is proven to minimize employee absence due to sickness and helps create a healthier, happier working environment. As a mom, It's my belief that you can't put a price on health. Psyopy starts at $12,997 a month for employees, so don't delay. Use Psyopy for your business today. The British philosopher Mark Fisher said it's no surprise that people feel anxious, angry, and stressed when capitalism works us and the planet to death just so the five guys who own everything can make 0.3% more profit this quarter. We all pretend that feeling bad means you have some kind of brain problem. And Fisher says that's like living next to a smokestack and saying, here's 5 ways you can cough more quietly at work. It fundamentally misunderstands the problem. People are angry, lonely, depressed, anxious, and they're right to feel that way, not because they're broken humans, but because their situation is inhumane. The solution isn't therapy, it's politics. Not the cigar of Sigmund Freud, the cigar of Fidel Castro.
Capital makes the workers ill, and then multinational pharmaceutical companies sell them drugs to make them better. The social and political causation of the stress is neatly sidestepped at the same time as discontent is individualized and interiorized. What we urgently need is a new politics of mental health organized around the problem of public space.
This is a version of what philosophers call the passivity problem. Stoicism says you can only control your own internal judgments. But there is a world out there, and it needs us. Would a sage ignore climate change, for instance, or systemic racism because they can only control their own internal states? Doesn't accepting things as they are serve the needs of the powerful? Now, there is a possible response that Stoics could make here. They could say that, when it comes to climate change, for instance, not taking action would be contrary to our nature as creatures who live on planet Earth. So you could make a Stoic argument for sustainability. They might also say that Marcus Aurelius was emperor of Rome for 19 years, and that's not really a job that you can do if you never take action. You can be a Stoic and still stand up to injustice. Can you, though? Can you really? Because there's one section of the population who might have something to say about that.
Oh! Oh, I love this. Oh, I think I know where this is going. Yes, honey.
The ancient Stoics' attitude towards women is a subject of some debate. On the one hand, there is some relatively progressive stuff. The Roman philosopher Musonius Rufus said that marriage is a partnership built on longing rather than just pumping out babies. He says that women should be educated and that we should be allowed to study philosophy. Like a lot of ancient writers, he also said that men and women have the same genitals, just in different arrangements. Oh, Musonius, you were wiser than you knew. On the other hand, all the Stoic philosophers were men. There were women in the ancient world who were renowned for behaving stoically, but all the sources we have were written by men, they only quote men, and they're addressed to men as well. Often young men who are seeking wives. There's even a funny bit in Musonius where a student comes to him and says, Musonius, why should I get married? Wouldn't a wife get in the way of me studying philosophy? And Musonius essentially says, shut up, nerd! Why don't you go and philosophize some pussy? And if we read on a bit in Musonius, a bit of a theme starts to emerge.
A woman must be a good household manager and a careful accountant of what is advantageous to the household, and a director of the household staff. I claim that these qualities are especially likely to belong to a woman who pursues philosophy.
He also says Stoicism's emphasis on resilience and self-development will help us when it comes to
nursing her children from her own breast and serving her husband with her own hands, and to do, without shrinking, things that many think suited to slaves. Would such a woman not be a great help to the man who married her, an adornment to her relatives, a good example to all those who know her?
So, women should be educated not because it empowers us, but because it enables us to better serve our husbands. We can be virtuous, but the proper manifestation of female virtue takes place inside the home. You too can take the tradwife movement to its logical conclusion by installing a vomitorium. Musonius is relying on a trick here that some people still use today. Separate spheres of excellence. Men are good at some things, and women women are good at other things, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that, is there? You're not one of those weirdos who thinks that we shouldn't tell the truth about sex, are you? So no, we're not misogynists. We don't hate women. We love women. Women are strong. Women are...
Dude, yeah, no. Mark says, Socrates says you should get married. If you find a good wife, you'll be happy. If you find a bad one, you'll become a philosopher. Socrates had a lot of good ideas, but Socrates was very, like misogynistic in a way. I believe it was Socrates who had this concept of the wandering womb, where it was like this thing where it's like women's wombs kind of like wander around their bodies, and like during their time of menstruation their womb like wanders into their like brain, and that's why they're thinking so like emotionally or erratically. Yeah, the wandering womb. There's a lot of philosophers who have very dark sides to them, okay? Pretty much pick a philosopher that you like, or a psychologist or something. There's something fucked up with them. Carl Jung, I love Carl Jung. He did some messed up shit with the woman that he interacted with. The woman that he interacted with actually put a lot of the groundwork into archetypal studies. And Freud. And Jung took that from her. Let's see. Hegel's very intelligent. He was also pretty racist. He had some bad ideas about black people. If you look into any, like, philosopher, even ancient ones, like, don't expect them to be perfect. So it's like, you want to take the rational parts from them, and you want to just throw away the fucking shit. Like, they have good ideas, but on the other hand, some of these philosophers have very bad ideas too.
Nurturing, we're the best at being wives and mothers. The trick is, one of those spheres is politically subordinate to the other. The male sphere contains all the levers that control society, the female sphere is stuck at home with the kids, and nota bene, men decide what those spheres are. Lest I be accused of cherry-picking, it's not just Musonius. Seneca and Epictetus said that women lack self-control. Zeno of Citium said that we should be held in common, and wise men should try to father children with us whenever they chose. If any wise men would like to give it a go, feel free to call me, but in the meantime, nota bene secundo. Zeno assumes that men choose women, not the other way around. But so what? We all understand that nowadays you have to take the good bits from ancient philosophy and leave the other stuff behind, like with the physics. So when it says mankind, read in humankind. And yes, okay, but having to do that presents an extra barrier for women who want to get into Stoicism now. The modern Stoic movement welcomes women and has prominent women in it, but it still recruits mainly men. Author and philosopher Sharon LaBelle says that might be because we have to do the extra work of adapting it for us.
In order to belong to the world, females must cherry-pick and adapt texts, discussions, and thought systems to include and apply to us. A female ontological perspective is one that can easily embrace the values of passion, emotion, and intuition. We need, I believe, to integrate these into our modern Stoicism while being true to the spirit of Stoicism's essential worldview. Otherwise, for lack of a better way to say it, modern Stoicism will be too unilaterally Stoic.
There's another group of people who might like to be included as well. Slaves. The ancient Greeks and Romans regularly enslaved people, and again, the Stoic sources have a bit of a mixed view on this. On the one hand, they believed in a brotherhood of man, or community of humanity. They did reject the idea that some people are born naturally suited for slavery, which is better than some ancient authors. Looking at you, Aristotle! On the other hand, they never opposed slavery per se. Like Seneca says, you shouldn't beat your slaves, which... Yes, true, you shouldn't beat your slaves, but I feel like it would be better to not enslave them in the first place. Seneca also
Right?
argues this in quite a strange way. He says, well, everybody's a slave if you think about it. Some people are slaves to lust or greed or ambition. Aren't we all slaves on the inside? And yes, that's very poetic, Seneca, but some people are also literally slaves in the sense that you force them to work for you and you never paid them. Seneca also said that you shouldn't force your slave to shave his beard and then dress him like a maid and have him serve you at the dinner table and then have sex with him.
Wow.
Which...
Wow. Okay, Seneca. Wow. You wanna talk to us about that potential self-report there, dude? You wanna talk to us about that? That kind of sounds like a self-report to me. I love ancient people. They're just as fucked as we are.
Weirdly specific example, Seneca.
Yes.
I mean, like, yeah, don't do force femme maid play with your femboy slaves, but again, I feel like the bad bit of that is the slavery. The rest sounds great. The passivity problem kind of comes back here in a broader sense. A feminist philosopher might say that it's hard to develop your rational soul unless you are guaranteed some external goods, like political liberty. Goods that can only be had in a society which rejects gendered hierarchy and slavery. It's pretty hard to cultivate reason and virtue if you're treated like a second-class citizen. All of this stuff is meant to help people live good human lives, but if you're a slave or a subjugated woman, you kind of can't live a good life. But once again, the most powerful Stoic response is just to go, nope. It's all well and good for Mark Fisher to talk about freedom, or feminists to talk about liberty, but those things won't do you any good if you don't have the virtue of reason. You could have political liberty and be in mental chains because your judgments about that liberty are false. By the same token, you could be in literal chains and be the freest person in the world if you are a sage. And if that sounds counterintuitive, well, if it was easy, everybody would do it. We're starting to get down here to fundamental questions about what a good human life looks like, which is, of course, what this is all about. That's the question I had when I first went to that therapist all those years ago. Picture somebody telling me this out loud. Who do I picture? And I realized with a bit of a shock that the reason the breakup had affected me so much was because the relationship had been very abusive.
Oh,
it took
that's
me
sad.
quite a bit of effort to really accept that.
That's sad.
It's not an easy thing to face. The idea that someone you loved has done something terrible and even violent.
Oh, that's sad.
There's an incentive on the personal and on the global level to just ignore big problems because it's depressing to think about them. Stoicism offers one potential way to confront problems and maybe not feel as bad about some of them. My story took place many years ago. I don't even really think about it all that much anymore because now I live in the real world. During that very difficult period of my life, making this show was a real lifeline for me. My abuser hated Philosophy Tube, so it is with some pride that I note this month, Philosophy Tube is 10 years old. I started a decade ago.
Yay.
In my parents' bedroom, just trying to give away my philosophy degree for free, and now so many of you supported me that there's a set and there's a crew and so much more. And thanks to this show, I am now an award-winning actor and playwright. Like I wrote a play called The Prince, and we put it on in London with like fight choreographers and musicians and actors and directors, the whole 9 yards. The reason I got to do that was because I went to the producers and I said, hey, the Philosophy Tube audience, they're nice enough people, they're gonna turn out and support this. And you did. Making The Prince was an incredible journey, and I got to do that.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
because all of you supported me. So if you would like to see what you made possible, you can watch the show itself and the
I really want to see this. I haven't seen it. I want to see it.
behind-the-scenes documentary about how we made it, and a Q&A about the writing with Jessie Gender.
Jessie Gender!
go.nebula.tv/theprince. If you use that link...
Honestly, for me, it's like the holy triad of, like, creators between, like, Abigail, Natalie, and Jessie Gender. Like, the holy triad of, like, fabulous creators.
Get a year-long membership of Nebula, you get a 40% discount, which works out at about $2.50 a month. Ridiculously cheap. A slice of that comes back to this show, so you'll be helping me make more stuff. And if enough people sign up and this proves to be a viable strategy, then maybe we'll get to do it again.
Yay! That was so good, like, I'm sad that it ended. Ugh. Maybe we can, like, get into Natalie right now. Did we actually watch this from ContraPoints? I can't remember. I can't remember if I actually watched this on stream with you guys or not.
I'm gonna talk about Joro once again, but first, story time. Chapter 1, Anita. The most famous bigot in American LGBT history is a woman called Anita Bryant. This is her story.
No, I don't think we did this. I don't remember if we did or not. I don't think we have. ContraPoints on J.K. Rowling. Okay, see you later, Susan. Yeah, let's start this one. Let's start this one and just, like, watch as much as we can.
1977 was not a good time to be gay. Is it ever really a good time to be gay? In 1969, the Stonewall riots forced gay rights into national consciousness. The first pride parades were held in the summer of 1970, and in 1973, the American Psychiatric Association declassified homosexuality as a mental disorder. But only after gay activists disrupted their conference and shouted, "Gay conversion therapy is torture. We have abnormal urges, and we will not be silenced." Because that's the only way to get anything done in this country. You have to be super annoying about it. They give you no choice. On January 18th, 1977, Dade County, Florida, known for such popular cities as Miami, approved a law that added the phrase affectional or sexual preference to its non-discrimination ordinance, effectively banning housing and employment discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. And it was just then, as things seemed to be getting better, that Anita Bryant made her little appearance.
Anita Bryant, Miss Oklahoma!
Anita Bryant is a native Oklahoman who once had a career as a pop singer, beauty queen, and spokeswoman for the Florida Citrus Commission.
Come to the Florida sunshine tree.
My twins love 100% orange juice from Florida anytime of the day. Orange juice from Florida! It isn't just for breakfast anymore!
Orange juice with natural vitamin C from the Florida sunshine tree.
She was known for these TV commercials with the tagline,
"A day without orange juice is like a day without sunshine."
Breakfast without orange juice is like a day without sunshine.
cute. When Anita heard her pastor speak about this non-discrimination ordinance, she felt a divine disturbance in her heart. How touching. As a mother, she would not stand for this. So Anita wrote a letter to the county commissioner saying,
As a concerned mother of 4 children, I am most definitely against this ordinance amendment. I have never condoned nor taught my children discrimination against anyone. But if this ordinance amendment is allowed to become law, you will, in fact, be infringing upon my rights and discriminating against me as a citizen and a mother to teach my children God's moral code as stated in the Holy Scriptures.
Anita, kill your shitty child. When the amendment passed, Anita created a campaign for its repeal, the Save Our Children Coalition, which sponsored provocative TV ads implying that gay people are degenerates who ruin communities and seduce children.
The campaign has been vicious. With television commercials, the Save Our Children group is appealing to parental anxieties, saying gays will flaunt their homosexuality before impressionable children.
The Orange Bowl Parade, Miami's gift to the nation, wholesome entertainment. But in San Francisco, when they take to the streets, it's a parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting with little boys.
Save Our Children sparked the first organized backlash to gay rights in the United States, escalating the conflict into a national controversy. On one side were the gay rights activists, who argued that non-discrimination was a matter of human rights. On the opposing side, Anita Bryant argued that the non-discrimination ordinance would give special privileges to homosexuals.
As long as they don't want to flaunt their homosexuality, they have equal rights the same as anyone else.
In other words, gay people already have equal rights, just as long as they stay in the closet and don't do anything gay. That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Anita, for standing up for our right to be gay in secret. Anita also argued that allowing flaunting homosexuals to teach children was tantamount to gay recruitment. It's the exact same argument that's being used today by right-wing politicians who claim that queer people are groomers.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
This wicked book, me and Earl and the dying girl sexually indoctrinated with wicked, vile books. And she believes in traditional marriage between a man and a woman. And in that book, it talked about 2 moms.
Stay away from the children creep or you will regret it. People should definitely arm themselves. I agree with that.
The Democrats are the party of pedophiles. The Democrats are the party of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school age children and convince them they're a different gender.
They're just evil people, and they want to groom kids.
Yeah.
They're recruiting.
If you don't know what furries are, it's where school children dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day. They meow and they bark.
What a great country we live in. I love it so much. Gay people around the country rallied against Anita Bryant and Save Our Children. There was a national boycott of Florida orange juice, with many gay bars taking screwdrivers off the menu and replacing them with an apple juice and vodka cocktail called an Anita Bryant. Let's make one now. Forgot my cocktail makers, so I'm just gonna have to eyeball this. Just a dash of apple juice. Give it a stir. Needs a garnish. Stunning. I mean, it's not as good as a screwdriver, but if I was in the 70s, I would have thrown back so many of these goddamn things out of pure spite. There's a story that Troy Perry, the founder of the gay-affirming Metropolitan Community Church, was on a transcontinental flight, and when the attendant put a glass of orange juice on his tray, he said, "Take that away. I'm a homosexual." At gay pride marches in 1977 and 78, anti-Anita Bryant slogans featured prominently on t-shirts, signs, and buttons. Anita Bryant sucks oranges. A day without lesbians is like a day without sunshine. True. And meanwhile, Anita's campaign inspired more anti-gay legislation, including bans on gay adoption and same-sex marriage, both of which passed in the Florida Senate, as well as the failed Briggs Initiative in California, which would have forced public schools to fire gay teachers. So Anita Bryant was worse than a bigot. She was an influential bigot, but she may also have helped to unify and galvanize gay activists by providing them with a common enemy. According to historian Lillian Faderman, Anita Bryant created fervent activists out of those who'd previously been content simply to enjoy their newfound freedoms. Faderman cites Eric Hoffer's observation that a mass movement can get along fine without a god, but it won't get along at all without a devil. For gay people all over the country, Anita Bryant became that devil. So even though she succeeded in her initial goal to repeal the non-discrimination ordinance, there is no question that, in the long term, Anita Bryant was the loser. She took a lot of L's. RIP. That must be super hard for her. For the short remainder of her career, gay activists protested her events. They shut down the tour for her book about how persecuted she was by the militant homosexual, and they succeeded in turning public opinion against Anita Bryant to the point that she became virtually unemployable in mainstream entertainment. And it helped that she came across as kind of a judgmental prude that even hip straight people didn't want to be associated with.
Our top story tonight, Anita Bryant, former mediocre actress and orange juice promoter, performed coitus in public yesterday and campaigned to promote heterosexuality.
We don't serve orange juice anymore.
Like she famously told Playboy magazine,
Why do you think the homosexuals are called fruits? It's because they eat the forbidden fruit of the tree of life. God referred to men as trees, and because the homosexuals eat the forbidden fruit, which is male sperm.
Oh my god. Like the woman is heterosexual cringe. This is how you lose the culture war.
So let's all squeeze a fruit for Anita. Pass a little juice around.
And of course, there was the famous incident where a gay activist smashed
I
a
love
banana
this.
cream pie
Yes!
in Anita's face during a TV appearance.
And went into a place called Norfolk, Virginia, and were met with protest and all kinds of problems. And every... Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Miami-Dade County finally reinstated the non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, and they added gender identity to its protections in 2014.
It's just so funny, just right in her face, just. Oh, I love it.
In 2021, Anita took another metaphorical pie to the face when her granddaughter, Sarah Green, came out as gay, announcing her marriage to a woman and publicly struggling with whether to even invite her grandmother to the ceremony.
It's very hard to argue with someone who thinks that like an integral part of your identity is just an evil delusion.
That it is, Sarah. That it is. So that's the story of Anita Bryant as students of LGBT history know it. But isn't it a bit one-sided? Wasn't there a lot of toxicity on both sides?
The Anita Bryant forces talk of absolute truth and morality. Gay leaders are equally dogmatic about human rights.
A plague on both the houses.
Isn't it cruel, even, to slur Anita as a bigot and a homophobe? In fact, isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the real victim? Oh no. Oh no! Ah, I can't do this anymore. I'm eating my pie. I'm eating my goddamn pie. Chapter 2. The Witch Trials of Anita Bryant. God help us all. The mainstream media would have us believe that Anita Bryant is a so-called homophobe, some kind of hateful bigot. But isn't this just an authoritarian tactic used to silence valid concerns? Mothers in this country are worried about their children going to school to be taught by perverts. How can we be so sure that the militant homosexuals weren't the real bigots? Isn't it possible that Anita Bryant was the first victim of cancel culture, of, dare I say it, wokeism? Well, no, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But suppose that you're an idiot, and suppose that that's the narrative you wanted to promote. Well, what would be your argument? I mean, if someone put a gun to my head and forced me to make that argument, I'd probably say something like this. Anita Bryant lived a difficult life. In 1940, she was born into brutal poverty in rural Oklahoma. Her parents divorced when she was just 2 years old, the same year she made her singing debut at the Baptist church.
Parts of my childhood I blocked out because it hurts too much. I guess I was happiest when I was 8 years old, and my parents were remarried, and I was baptized and came to know Christ as my personal savior.
Her father abandoned the family again when she was 12.
It was real painful, and it just about killed my mother. She was a very submissive wife. She was too submissive, and it angered me. She let my dad step all over her. Because of him, I think I went through life for a long time hating all men.
Anita described her most intense adolescent memory as a feeling of intense ambition.
Shadow work.
A relentless drive to succeed at doing well the thing I loved.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
But Anita's ambition conflicted with her submissive role as a traditional Christian woman. In 1960, Anita married Bob Green, Miami's top disc jockey, though only after he relentlessly badgered her into it.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
Green was allegedly a controlling and abusive husband. Feminist Andrea Dworkin claims
Green manipulated Bryant with a cruelty nearly unmatched in modern love stories.
And Anita rationalized the abuse, saying,
Despite our sometimes violent scraps, I love him for it.
But while submitting to her husband and raising 4 children, Anita was still able to build the career she'd always wanted. By the 1970s, she was on the payroll of Big Orange Juice, earning $500,000 a year, enough to move her family into a 27-room Spanish mansion on Biscayne Bay. So Anita Bryant struggled all her life for her success. Did she really deserve to lose it all just because she took a stand for something she believed in?
Anita Bryant's role as a leader in the campaign against homosexuals may be hurting her campaign to sell orange juice.
Are you being blackballed?
Well, it looks that way. It's worse than that. We're being threatened, and there's all kinds of harassment, even with my job with Florida Citrus.
Where?
Her entire life had become a series of catastrophes. She'd been dropped as spokesperson by the orange growers. She had been dropped as a commentator on the Orange Bowl parade. She lost a television show contract. Her bookings dropped drastically. No one has paid as dearly as Anita Bryant for taking a public stand on something she believed in.
I remember lying in the bed in my mother's house in a fetal position and wanting to die.
Gay activists in the 1970s didn't exactly limit their tactics to polite debate in the free marketplace of ideas.
Homosexuals started fighting back. The gays formed new groups and picketed the performers' public appearances, forcing her to cancel a few.
Gay activists routinely compared Anita to Adolf H. They created pastiches of her orange juice slogan. They blamed her for hate crimes. They burned her in effigy. They disrupted events she was involved in. They printed toilet paper with her face on it. Some sent Anita death threats. Or they mailed her rotting oranges, dead cockroaches, human excrement. See, this is how you canceled people before phones. Instead of shitposting, you would simply mail actual human shit through the United States Postal Service. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night. Anita's husband pleaded to supporters.
How would you men feel if you opened a letter and there was a photo of your wife's head superimposed on some other female nude body in the most lewd and shocking sexual act you can imagine?
I can imagine quite a lot. I do think it would be fair to say that a lot of the rhetoric did take on a misogynistic tone. Lillian Faderman recounts that lesbians, particularly lesbian feminists, abhorred the sexist terms that were being used to characterize Anita Bryant. Bitch and whore, gay men called her. The harassment escalated to the point where Anita had to cancel her book tour due to demonstrations.
Sorry. Katrina says, where did these people come up with the thought that gays recruit children? I'm telling you, the whole anti-trans shit that's going on right now about trans people indoctrinating children, this is the exact same thing that happened back then with the gays. It's the same propaganda. It's the same thing that they said back then about gay people. They're doing it to trans people now.
And bomb threats from gay activists. And of course, there was the pie. So much for the tolerant Mattachine society. It's kind of a deep cut. Well, something to entertain the boomer queers. Gay activists claimed to stand for human rights. But what about Anita's right to free speech? I wish I had some literal pearls to clutch. Civil libertarian Nat Hentoff wrote in his 1992 book, Free Speech for Me, But Not for Thee, that the orange juice boycott reminded him of a little thing called McCarthyism. Have you ever considered that being pro-gay is quite similar to being anti-gay, in that both are opinions? As Anita tells it, she and her foot soldiers of God were the victims of sinister gay carpetbaggers.
The foot soldiers were housewives and mothers, religious and civic leaders in opposition to a well-organized, highly financed, and politically militant group of homosexual activists. We were cast as bigots, haters, discriminators, and deniers of basic human rights. And all of this happened because we were sincerely concerned for our children and our community.
So Anita's version of the story is that
Same thing. Same thing is being said about trans people now. It's the same exact script. Think about that. Think about the fact that it's the exact same script going on now.
She and a handful of well-intentioned Christian mothers were cast as bigots by a highly funded mafia of gay extremists, all because they had a few teensy tiny concerns about the militant homosexual cavorting with little boys.
Cavorting with little boys.
Is it really fair to call this woman a bigot? Until the Dade County Ordinance, Anita was a registered Democrat and considered herself a liberal. And she never said that she hated gay people or wanted them dead. In fact, she even said that she loves homosexuals.
I love homosexuals, if you can believe that. I love them enough to tell them the truth, because I know that there is hope for the homosexuals, that if they're willing to turn from sin the same as any individual, that they can be ex-homosexuals the same as there can be an ex-murderer, an ex-thief, or ex-anybody.
She loves homosexuals because they can change, just like murderers. Would a bigot have said that? Just about McFucking had it. Anita was so kind-hearted, she even said that she related to the homosexual.
I can relate to the homosexual because I've had emotional scars in my own life. I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality. Look, I don't hate homosexuals. That's the truth, no matter what they think of my motives. I've always said I love the sinner, but I hate the sin.
Oh, you love the sinner, but you hate the sin. You know what? I love the believer, but I hate the belief. Like, it can go both ways with that. And if your whole identity is around, you know, like, who you are, not your whole identity, but just, like, if you are, like, a part of my identity is being a believer, or a part of my identity is being homosexual, if you hate that, then you obviously do hate the person. It's such a fallacy to say, like, oh, I hate the sin, not the sinner. No, you hate the sinner. You do. Because the sinner at that point is the embodiment of the sin. In your eyes. In her eyes. Her stance is completely based on fear. As Susan said, they're basing their beliefs on a false basis and spreading fear on purpose.
Wow, what an empath. You know, I actually think it's really noble how she's able to project all of her own emotional baggage onto the marginalized whose rights she's trying to take away. Okay, so we've given a fair hearing to both sides, to many sides. We've considered all the evidence. Now, let's suppose there's no longer a gun to my head and ask, did Anita Bryant really deserve that pie to the face? Well, yes. Obviously. Look, the point I'm trying to make here is that it's possible to take genuine virtues like nuance empathy, and impartiality, and to twist them into fucked up apologia for horrible oppressive behavior. If you play this game long enough, you can essentially explain away the entire concept of bigotry and conclude that, in reality, there are no bigots. There's only tragically misunderstood people with difficult childhoods and valid concerns cruelly demonized by militant activists defaming and silencing them with such reputation-ruining slurs as homophobe. Now, because you, viewers, are smart, media-literate people, you understand framing, so you already know that I'm about to compare Anita Bryant to J.K. Rowling. In case you didn't know, J.K. Rowling is a popular author who used to write whimsical stories about wizard school, but who now writes books about transvestite serial killers masturbating into stolen panties because she's lost her goddamn mind. Hello, dear readers. Christ, what a nightmare. Chapter 3.
Sorry, hold on. J.K. Rowling has lost her mind. She has literally lost her mind. Her mind has turned to soup. She's lost it. She's lost it over trans people. She literally wrote a book about a transvestite that like steals women's panties and like jacks off in them and like does all this terrible stuff because she's trying to write her narrative that trans women are just simply men pretending to be women to invade women's spaces and torture them and abuse them and like harass them. J.K. Rowling has lost her mind. She should have just stuck to Harry Potter, honestly.
The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Alright kids, it's transin time. Last year, I agreed to be a guest on a podcast about J.K. Rowling, hosted by Megan Phelps Roper, an escapee from the Westboro Baptist Church, the notorious hate group in Kansas, most known for protesting the funerals of soldiers with signs that say God hates God and me both. I'm tired of you people. JK Illy. The Westboro Baptist Church is one of the most famous homophobic hate groups in the world. In a way, I'm like a lifelong fan of these people. I've watched all the Louis Theroux documentaries. I went to a counter protest in 2010. I remember how when I was in high school, the Westboro Baptist Church was like the one thing that conservatives and liberals could agree on because they hated the troops and the gays, essentially the two genders of 2006. But let's not pretend that the Westboro Baptist Church is all bad. Okay, when Megan was at Westboro, she used to do these amazing Lady Gaga parodies about how the gays are going to hell, which to this day, I am a big fan of.
But what did you say you think God loves your praying? He hates all you do cause you love fornicating.
No.
Perfect. I love it. Played at my funeral.
Stop praying, God will not hear you anymore. You taught the boys and the girls to be proud boys. Forever burn, go devil spawn, you push on to hell.
I can't. It's so cringe, I can't. It's so cringe, I can't. Really? This lady really did that. Come on now.
Forever burn.
Megan left the Westboro Baptist Church in 2012 after a crisis of faith precipitated by a power struggle within the church. She wrote about all this in her book Unfollow, which is honestly a pretty interesting account of deconversion and the circumstances that lead someone to leaving a hate group. Megan contacted me for her podcast because I had criticized J.K. Rowling in a video a couple years ago. Now you might be wondering, why would I think that a person who's been carrying a God hates sign most of her life would be the correct person to lead an international conversation about the intricacies of LGBT issues?
Because I'm an idiot. Happy?
Basically, I agreed to the podcast because it's a pretty irresistible pitch. A former member of the Westboro Baptist Church wants to mediate a conversation between me and the author of Harry Potter. Would you say no to that? Maybe. if you're smart. Last month, the podcast was announced in an essay by Megan titled The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Obviously a tendentious framing that posits Jo Rowe as the target of an irrational trans witch hunt. The essay included a teaser quote from Rowling complaining that she's been profoundly misunderstood, as well as a photo of an angry trans mob holding a "Rotten Hell Rowling" sign, juxtaposed with an image of conservative Christians burning Harry Potter books in the early 2000s. This did not bode well. So I disavowed the podcast on Twitter because I didn't want my name lending legitimacy to some kind of unearned J.K. Rowling redemption tour.
Good for you.
This caused Megan's mom, Shirley,
Good for you.
to quote tweet me, calling me a bigot against God. I mean, God is one of the most vulnerable minorities. There's only one of him. And he could really use your help, Shirley. I said in these tweets that I felt used, which that is how I felt, but ultimately, I need to take full responsibility for my involvement in this. The thing about being a guest on a documentary like this is you honestly have no idea what the final product is gonna be like. So the decision to participate is always a leap of faith. And I can't really say that Megan misled me. There were red flags from the beginning, and I ignored them because I was projecting my own hopes onto the situation. You know, it's a compelling story. I liked the idea that this famous former bigot could talk some sense into a famous current bigot. We all love a good redemption arc, and I started my career de-radicalizing the alt-right. That's something I've moved away from, but there's still part of me that wants to see the best in people, and to believe that people can change if you just talk to them and make a good enough argument. Maybe my wishful thinking was that because Megan left Westboro, that must mean that she must understand the intricacies of anti-LGBT bigotry, right? And despite no evidence for this, my hope was that Megan would act as the trans ally and could be really effective at confronting Jo Rowe about all the transphobic stuff she says, right? Wrong.
I'm Megan Phelps Roper, and these are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling is more than 7 hours of apologetics for JKR. The podcast presents Rowling as a complex, humane, heroic figure with an inspiring feminist backstory.
Jo Rowling's rise to success is this sort of feminist Cinderella story.
Now cruelly besieged by a vicious mob of transgender activists, all because she, as a woman, had a few tiny concerns about the transgender rapists.
I had been becoming increasingly concerned about the way in which women were being shut down, women who I felt had some very valid concerns.
Megan uncritically accepts Rowling's framing of the conflict as feminists versus trans rights activists, whom Rowling describes as
a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
For the first 5 hours of this podcast, Rowling's critics are presented as an irrational mob of enraged, shrieking, sexually violent fanatics.
You are murdering
A huge amount of, I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
There was one clip of some kind of Antifa super soldiers' abrasive screaming that they play like once per episode.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth out, you fucking fascist! Nobody knows who you are, and nobody cares, and you will die alone!
And then it usually cuts to like somber monks chanting some kind of medieval lament.
You will die alone and you will burn in hell!
Just in case you didn't get from the title that this is a witch hunt. Do you guys get it? Do you get it yet?
Look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist! Get up, my time!
And then these these mobs of irrational, misogynistic trans rights fanatics are contrasted with this poignant story of how J.K. Rowling escaped her abusive husband to publish our generation's most beloved novels.
I was still very committed to those parts that I'd plotted in darkness, as it were, because there was a truth to them, and there was a power to them.
The only voices of genuine trans dissent appear in episode 6 out of 7, more than 5 hours in. And there's only 2 of us. One is me, Shame, and the other is a teenager named Noah who kind of just seems like he wants to be liked and understood and wishes that his favorite author would please stop saying bigoted things about him.
I'm such a big Harry Potter fan, or I was such a big Harry Potter fan, especially because it was so hard to be in the real world. I can't even state how important it was to me. J.K. Rowling, I stole her biography from my 3rd grade classroom and I kept it for a long time because I just loved reading it because I just admired her so much.
It's honestly pretty heartbreaking to listen to. On my last day editing this video, I got in touch with Noah. I asked him if he had any thoughts about the podcast he wanted me to pass along, and this is what he said.
I want to emphasize that the stakes of this issue are very different from any sort of rhetorical debate. Conversation, dialogue, and debate are important, but for many of the most vulnerable people in society, the outcome of this conversation dictates their health, well-being, and ability to survive. How we treat or talk to people like J.K. Rowling should come second to fighting for maintained access to healthcare, support, and general resources for children and adolescents seeking gender care.
Interesting.
I agree. The most frustrating thing about this podcast is that it refuses to be honest about what it is. They spend 7 hours implying that J.K. Rowling is the victim of a witch hunt in the most heavy-handed way imaginable.
These are the witch trials of J.K. Rowling.
I mean, turf is basically witch.
But if you point this out, they just deny it. Show me the actual words, Jack. Show me where I said I'm the victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
You're on a podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling.
Yes, a podcast on which I never once say I'm a victim of a witch hunt by trans people.
What are you talking about? I'm not scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
Joanne.
She really had the audacity to say, well, I never said this was a witch hunt, while she's on a podcast called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Of course, it's extremely and heavily implied there.
Show me where I ever said that I'm the target of a witch hunt, you liar. Why would you even think that? You're crazy. By the way, come get your This Witch Doesn't Burn t-shirt for sale now at Wild Woman Workshop. Megan is not much better. Like, there's this whole section in episode 2 where Megan interviews Christians who burned Harry Potter books in the 1990s, and this is obviously meant to be foreshadowing.
So looking back, would you say that the Christian parents were maybe part of a moral panic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary world out there.
Megan doesn't explicitly say she thinks trans protests against Joe Roe are equivalent to the Christian ones in the 90s, but she does heavily imply it.
There was an explosive reaction to Rowling's tweets, which led many, including lifelong fans of her work, to condemn her and to call for her books to be banned, boycotted, and in some cases, burned.
When confronted about the obvious implications of the podcast's title, Megan said, "The title is ambiguous. Toward the end of our conversations, I spent a long time talking with J.K. Rowling about discernment, about how a person can ever know if they're standing up for what's right or joining a moral panic. I think you'll be surprised by the thoughts she shares." Megan, I was not surprised.
I know I won't ever regret having stood up on this issue, ever.
The podcast released new episodes weekly, and whenever Megan was challenged about the blatant one-sidedness, Megan would respond, "Oh, you just think that because you haven't listened to the whole podcast yet. Maybe you should reserve judgment. Much more of Other Perspectives is coming. Make sure to tune in next week. More bombshell revelations to come." Well, I've listened to the whole podcast now, And I truly do not think that anyone with basic media comprehension skills could come away from this thinking that the main intent was anything other than to portray J.K. Rowling as the martyr of an unjust, what's the word? Witch hunt? This is the obvious implication of the podcast from the first words to the very last. And of course, Rowling does literally get the last word. The final episode concludes with this.
There are more important things in this world than being popular. And that doesn't mean it's more important to me to be right. It means it's more important to me to do the right thing.
Why would you end on that note? Why would anything about this podcast be the way it is if Megan didn't fundamentally believe that J.K. Rowling is in the right?
I don't regret it because I did the right thing.
Like, there really is no other reasonable way to interpret this. So I wish that she would just be honest. If you believe that J.K. Rowling is the misunderstood victim of a witch hunt, then just say that. Make the argument you want to make. Don't crouch and hide behind this disavowal, this obfuscating veil of just asking questions. Don't rely on innuendo and framing and lachrymose Gregorian chanting to make your point, while coyly denying you have any kind of agenda beyond, I just believe in conversation. I don't know. I just find this a slippery and dishonest way to argue. But if you happen to be a fan of slippery and dishonest arguments, you're in luck, because there is more where that came from. This video is sponsored by Cannabox. Cannabox offers fresh human meat delivered directly to your doorstep. No! As an alphabet mafiosa, sometimes I just can't fit the most dangerous game into my busy lifestyle of destroying the family and recruiting children. Whenever a new box arrives, I get out my copy of Bless This Food, the Anita Bryant family cookbook. The best thing about human meat delivered to your home by mail in the dead of night? You don't know who you're eating. So it's totally guilt-free and ethically sourced.
What the fuck?
There's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
What the fuck?
That means you're not allowed to cancel me. Chapter 4. Jo Rose Transphobia.
Okay, we're gonna watch one more section. We're gonna watch this last section, and then we're gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go pee, and this'll be that. Alright, last section.
That's it. I'm going full Slytherin. In episode 5 of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Jo compares trans activists to Death Eaters, the fictionalized fascists in Harry Potter.
My position is that this activist movement, in the form that it's currently taking, echoes the very thing that I was warning against in Harry Potter. The Death Eaters claimed we have been made to live in secret, and now is our time. I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement.
When an article then claimed she had equated trans people to Death Eaters, the podcast's PR firm reached out demanding a correction, because she only equated the movement to Death Eaters, not trans people in general. Yeah, I don't hate marginalized people, I just hate it when they advocate for themselves. So I do have to be very careful with my wording here, lest a defamation letter arrive by OWL. J.K. Rowling's bigotry is exhausting to argue with, because she expresses it as an endless series of what are called Motte and Bailey arguments. A Motte and Bailey argument is named after a type of castle consisting of a motte, that is, a tower atop a mound or hill, easy to defend, and a bailey, a fenced courtyard that's much more vulnerable to attack, difficult to defend. So a Motte and Bailey argument is when someone makes a provocative claim that's difficult to defend, the bailey. And then, when confronted with counter-arguments, they walk it back to a much less controversial and easy to defend version of the claim, the motte. For example, Rowling will make an ambiguous claim like sex is real. What does she mean by that? What are the implications? Well, in the podcast, she explains that she thinks it's very sinister that in the Associated Press style guide, it says that instead of referring to a trans woman as a man who identifies as a woman, journalists should simply say a trans woman is a woman.
That, from the Associated Press, is hugely powerful. They've edged from identifies as a woman, so a man identifies as a woman, and I think we all understand what that means, into is a woman. And that's precisely the creep that I'm talking about.
What?
We are using language to make accurate definition of sex difference unspeakable.
Which is, of course, false, because the words trans and cis exist precisely to make it easy to talk about sex difference. Thanks a lot, Tumblr. God, there's this whole section of the podcast that sort of implies that transgender people were invented on Tumblr, which I'm not even gonna get into because we don't have time. Rowling has also tweeted that she thinks that all people who menstruate must be referred to as women. Or was it wumbin? I'm pretty sure it was wump mud. So trans men and trans masculine people, they're all women and must be referred to as women because J.K. Rowling demands it. This is controversial, right? Calling trans women men who identify as women, calling trans men women. This is the Bailey in her Motte and Bailey argument. Trans women are men, trans men are women. That's the controversial interpretation of sex is real. Now, when accused of transphobia and facing backlash, Rowling walks the argument back and says, I'm being persecuted just for saying that women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. Women should be allowed to discuss how being female has shaped our lives. This is the obvious and utterly uncontroversial interpretation of sex is real. The motte. And virtually every argument sophisticated transphobes make about trans people follows this pattern. J.K. Rowling's friend and ally Maya Forstater will tweet inflammatory things like, men cannot change into women. But then when she's criticized, she'll say that she's being attacked for gender-critical belief.
Gender-critical belief, which is the absolutely ordinary belief about sex, that your mother and your grandmother are women, that being female is a thing.
Your mother and grandmother are women. Being female is a thing. That's literally all I'm saying. But if that's literally all she was saying, then no one would be mad, would they? 9. Nar. Men cannot change into women is the Bailey. Your mom is a woman is the motte. Your mom's a woman. This is why arguing with these people is infuriating. They'll insinuate that trans women are dangerous rapists, exhibitionists, and voyeurs. Then when trans people understandably get mad, they'll say, look, I'm being attacked just for saying that being female is part of my experience. It's dishonest. They talk a bunch of trash about trans people, and then when trans people talk trash back, they pretend that they're being victimized for making totally innocuous statements. We could name this behavior the birthday boy argument. I dated a 5'8" guy who'd taunt every jacked 6'3" bro he met until they'd pull their fist back to beat him up, whereupon my ex would go, hey, come on, I'm a little guy, I'm just a little guy, no, it's also my birthday, I'm a little birthday boy. And somehow it always worked. So a birthday boy argument is when you make aggressive, inflammatory assertions followed by, teacher, look what he's doing to me, when the target reacts with anything less than extreme politeness. Another common tactic you'll see anytime Rowling's transphobia is discussed is you'll see someone jump in to say, show me one thing she's said that's transphobic. For example, Here's someone on Twitter called Large Gamete Producer. It's funny, isn't it, how these people will insist that awkward inclusive language like people who menstruate is horribly oppressive and degrading, but then they'll just straight up call themselves Large Gamete Producer. Which, by the way, is Rowling's definition of a woman.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
Oh, I like it. It's very brood mother. That Rowling's words regularly appear in gender critical arguments shows the...
On the one hand, it's like we're talking about gender in terms of body parts, and women, specifically cis women who are anti-trans, within their argument will reduce themselves down to their bodily functions in order to explain who they are. And it's almost like they're really shooting themselves in the foot and doing themselves a disservice by going that route, reducing themselves to bodily functions. It's just, it's a ridiculous argument.
The massive influence that she has in the anti-trans movement. She's like their queen, their leader, their headmistress. She's the best thing that ever happened to them. Because Sheila Jeffries certainly wasn't persuading a lot of people. If you know, you know. Large Gamete Producer says, JK isn't anti-trans. Give me just one direct quote that she has said which is anti-trans. Oh, what's that? You can't find one? Well, color me shocked.
Imagine.
Before we waste our time trying to provide examples, let's take a look at Large Gamete Producer's profile. Trans women are not women, they are men. Trans men are not men, they are women. Nothing can change that. Sex is binary. Like, if this person doesn't think that trans women are men, trans men are women, is a transphobic statement, then what would they consider a transphobic statement? This is why the first question you should always ask such people is, do you believe that transphobia is a legitimate concept? What are some examples of statements that you would consider transphobic? Because many of them don't believe that transphobia is a valid concept because they don't think that trans people are a legitimate minority.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
So when they say, show me an example of something transphobic J.K. Rowling has said, this is a trap. They're just messing with you. There's nothing that she could have said that they would acknowledge as transphobic. Now, if you're someone who believes that transphobia is a valid concept and you believe that trans people are a legitimate minority, but you just genuinely are unaware of what J.K. Rowling has said on the topic, then I will refer you to my past video on J.K. Rowling's transphobia rather than recapping it all here. Just keep in mind that she's gotten significantly worse since I made that video. I mean, just look at her Twitter feed. True, she never says the phrase, I hate trans people, because she's not a complete idiot, but Anita Bryant never said, I hate gay people. She said, save our children.
I love homosexuals.
For that matter, I'm pretty sure David Duke doesn't say, I hate black people,
Ew,
but he will
why the
share
fuck does he
a lot
look
of
weird?
statistics about anti-white crime.
I'm sorry, what the fuck was that?
We have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman being anything other than a man or a woman.
So when they say, show me an example of something transphobic J.K. Rowling has said, this is a trap. They're just messing with you. There's nothing that she could have said that they would acknowledge as transphobic. Now, if you're someone who believes that transphobia is a valid concept and you believe that trans people are a legitimate minority, but you just genuinely are unaware of what J.K. Rowling has said on the topic, then I will refer you to my past video on J.K. Rowling's transphobia rather than recapping it all here. Just keep in mind that she's gotten significantly worse since I made that video. I mean,
Yeah,
just look at
she
her Twitter
has.
feed. True, she never says the phrase, I hate trans people, because she's not a complete idiot, but Anita Bryant never said, I hate gay people. She said, save our children.
I love homosexuals.
For that matter, I'm pretty sure David Duke doesn't...
This! What the fuck is that? A fucking mannequin? What the? That's like not even a real person. That's a fucking wax statue. That is the scariest goddamn thing I have ever fucking seen in my entire life. What the fuck is that? And why is there Confederate flags behind it?
Say I hate black people, but he will share a lot of statistics about anti-white crime. So this is not really a very good criterion for deciding who's a bigot, is it? What J.K. Rowling does do is tweet again and again about transgender rapists, about the danger trans women pose to cis women. She implies that trans-inclusive language is equivalent to the dystopia of Orwell's 1984. She writes at length about the vague, nefarious cabal of endocrinologists and ideologues that is supposedly persuading confused, vulnerable girls to transition. To quote Washington Post opinion writer Monica Hess, "I do not know what is in Rowling's heart, but reading her Twitter feed, this is the overall effect. Her Twitter feed does not ask its readers to think. It asks them to fear. It creates phobias of trans people. It creates trans phobias." If you will. Rowling has also attacked pro-trans politician Nicola Sturgeon, calling her destroyer of women's rights via a t-shirt she got from anti-trans hate monger Posey Parker.
There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing.
If there's one thing that I want people to understand about Rowling's transphobia, it's that this is not a case of someone posting a couple insensitive tweets that got blown out of proportion. Rowling is an extremely outspoken opponent of trans rights. This has been her main issue for several years now. And because she's so famous, she's become the de facto global champion of backlash to trans rights. Truly, the Anita Bryant of transphobia, except worse, because she's way more famous and way more liked than Anita Bryant ever was. Rowling has also praised self-described theocratic fascist Matt Walsh for his transphobic propaganda film. She refers to trans women as trans-identified males, known as Tims among people for whom this has become an unhealthy obsession. She retweets images of the trans colors being erased from the progress flag, also the colors representing queer people of color, so, you know, great. Love that. Often, Rowling pretends that she's being transphobic for the principled and valiant purpose of defending lesbians. It's something of a fixation for her. I find this particularly gross because it plays into the lesbophobic trope that gay women are especially anti-trans, when in fact, they're the least transphobic demographic of cis people. According to a survey of young adults in the UK, lesbians were most likely to know a trans person and also most likely, at 96%, to say that they're supportive or very supportive of trans people. So I think it's fair to say that most gay women are probably not super thrilled whenever Jo Rowe the lesbian defender logs on. My own partner is a cis lesbian, and I asked her if she enjoys J.K. Rowling defending her from the transsexuals, and she said,
"It makes me want to gouge out my eyes like Oedipus."
By the way, here is J.K. Rowling enjoying a bit of banter with her friend Baroness Emma Nicholson, the co-founder of Rowling's charity Lumos. Baroness Nicholson is a conservative member of the House of Lords who voted against same-sex marriage in 2013. In 2020, she tweeted in defense of her vote, claiming that gay marriage would lead to degrading the status of women and girls. Truly, one of the great lesbian allies. And in 2022, here is J.K. Rowling joking around with Lady Nicholson. "Excellent question, Emma. Defining lesbians as same-sex attracted women excludes and oppresses the most marginalized of all groups, i.e. people with penises and beards who want to shag women. And before you say, 'But aren't they straight men?' They're wearing eyeliner, bigot." Try for a moment to put aside any nostalgia you may have for the Gryffindor common room and just look at this interaction for what it is. Two straight women, one of whom is a homophobic peer of the realm, having a nice little chuckle together about how trans women are men wearing eyeliner. So that's it, right? It's over. Case closed. I still like hammering things. I'm not going to argue anymore about whether J.K. Rowling is transphobic, because anyone who believes in transphobia can see that obviously she is. The question now is whether transphobia is the sort of thing that progressives can denounce, the way we at least aspire to denounce racism, misogyny, and homophobia. That's usually what we're talking about when we talk about J.K. Rowling, right? Whether it's fair to cancel her. That's what the witch trials of J.K. Rowling is about. The Rowling debate is a proxy for a larger question. Is transphobia a legitimate viewpoint worthy of polite consideration and respect in liberal, humane society? Or is it just an ugly prejudice that we can justifiably react to with scorn and condemnation? And there's an even broader question here about whether we can justifiably react to anything with scorn and condemnation. Is canceling ever warranted? Is it right to condemn racism, homophobia, and misogyny? Or should we allow spokespeople for these prejudices a respected position in the free marketplace of ideas, where we can all sit around debating the legitimacy of gay marriage or the possible merits of a white ethno-state? Is the final solution a myth promulgated by the international Jew? Are yoga pants to blame for sexual violence? Wouldn't the taxpayer save a lot of money if there weren't so many disabled people? Who knows? These are open questions. Let's sit down with people on both sides, on many sides, and have calm, civil conversations about it for the rest of our goddamn lives. Chapter 5.
Alright, my friends. I would love to finish this, but it's gonna get really late. And let's see, where are we at in our stream? 5.5 hours? Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. We're gonna finish this next week. We're also going to read that essay by Aleister Crowley. So it's gonna be a really good time. Yeah, anyways. Say goodnight, my friends. Come to the chat, say goodnight. This will be the end of our journey. Good night, Cassie. Thank you so much, Cassie, for moderating. Thank you to all of our moderators. There was Cassie, there was Mark, there was Susan. Thank you so much for stopping by. And, everybody sticking around, thank you so much. Tyler, thank you for coming. Fachita, thank you for coming. Elise Anista, thank you for coming. Yoga Nature, thank you for coming by. Katrina, thank you for coming. Let's see, I know we had a bunch of other people. We had Maria stop by. Thank you all for the super chats. That was very nice of you. I really appreciate that. So, yeah, good night, everybody. Good night. It's been a pretty productive day. We covered a lot of different things. I would love to finish this, but I feel like it's gonna get pretty late. We will finish it next week, though. For sure. Yeah, no Wednesdays for a little bit. Just for a little bit. So I will see you next Friday. For sure. For sure, my friends. Okay, everybody. Good night. Have a good weekend.